for your backpack delivery to the San Andreas students.
Oh, Mike's out there getting out in the public. I like it.
We are at that time. We are going to, if someone would mute, that'd be great. We have theme music, I'll take it. Welcome everyone to San Bernardino City Unified School District Board of Education meeting. So excited to see you again here, and thank you for joining us. We are going to call this meeting to order. And as we call this meeting to order, I think we have a quorum. Yes, we do. My screen is moving around. So we are calling the meeting to order. And I am going to ask, who can I not catch off guard? Dr. Volkemer, will you lead us in the pledge?
That would be my honor.
Thank you.
Please stand and join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are now at item 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So move.
Second.
All right, thank you. It has been moved and second. If there's no discussion, we will go ahead and take the vote. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores? I knew she was trying to get in. I don't think she's in just yet. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to move to 1.4, and I'm going to turn it over to our Vice President, Dr. Scott Wyatt.
Well, I thank you, Madam President, and welcome everyone to our board meeting this evening. And, it is my pleasure today to hopefully inspire all of us. And, I selected a short video clip today that kind of addresses one of our mantras here in San Bernardino City Unified School District, and that's our making hope happen for all of our students, our community, and all of our employees for our amazing district. So I'd like to key up that video and have you check it out. This kind of goes along too with our kids, hopefully when they start coming back to school and physically re-entering, and a welcome back to them and our staff. And then I'll ask my colleagues here on the board to give a little comment as well when it's done.
Where's the mute? I can't hear. Mute.
Very nice.
Beautiful.
Well, folks, you know, for everybody watching out there, and especially our students, you know, my hope is that we come back sooner than later and that we get to see everyone, our kids, our students, our parents, our families, our community. Just know we miss you terribly, even though we get to see you in virtual world, but we'd love to see you in person, and that you mean everything to us. And it is our dream to make hope happen for each and every one of you. And so to my colleagues, Madam President, I'll start with you. What is your hope for our students, our community, and our staff?
My hope for our community and our students, our staff, is that we remain safe until we can come together again, but continue to be thoughtful and mindful and continue to keep reaching out to each other because we are still one big family. Thank you.
Absolutely. Dr. Hill?
Thank you. You know, as I took my hope from what the students said. So my hope is that we all is to be included. One of the students wrote to be included. So my hope is that we all see ourselves, as the president says, as one big family. It doesn't matter whether you're the next door neighbor, you're the clerk in the supermarket, you're the guy driving the garbage truck. Let's all be included in this. And remember our students, our staff, and everybody. Every teacher should be included, every student, every parent, every individual, every citizen. Thank you.
Dr. Hill. Dr. Flores?
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. I apologize, I can't come on video. I'm on my iPhone. I've had a hard time getting on. But I just want to echo what President Rogers and Dr. Hill said, and also yourself. And, you know, we are a big family, and family takes care of each other when we are, you know, in the greatest need. And our children, I don't care which culture it is, our children are our heart, are our precious, precious heart. And then, you know, to all our employees and teachers and staff, administrators, you know, we as a board care for you. We deeply care for your safety, for your health, and of course, that's primary. And like you said, Dr. Wyatt, it's, you know, we would love to come back as soon as possible. And I just want to be cautious for when it's safe. And that's, you know, that's my position. It has to be safe for all of us. And that we, you know, that's caring, that's love. So thank you so much for sharing the inspiration, Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Miss Abigail Rosales Medina.
Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. It is heartwarming, especially during these. And my thing is to all the families, all the students, everyone that's working in the school district. We're here for you, and this is definitely a learning curve. We've mentioned it before. No systems are perfect. When you look at even the private schools that are trying to maneuver how to work around this, no systems are perfect. I honestly believe we're ahead of the game in so many areas when it comes to technology. My son is in the school, so he was struggling as well for 2-3 weeks, like I know our educators were, and they're beating it and they're moving ahead. So I everyone just keep your hopes up. You know, we're here about making hope happen, and know that we are here for you.
Thank you, Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina. Mr. Gallo.
Thanks, Scott, for that video. And, you know, my hope, you know, for our kids have been really to equip them with the skills and abilities so that they can have unlimited choices for opportunity and prosperity in their lives. And, you know, I know what education makes the difference. I know hands-on project-based learning makes all the difference in engagement. And I know that, you know, a staff that loves our kids can't help but succeed.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. Mr. Tillman, if he's here.
I'm here, Dr. White. Thank you very much.
I couldn't see on my screen.
So my hope is that we all realize that as humans, we're not in control. I looked on the internet and they said that medical historians tell us that there have been 9 influenza pandemics in the past 300 years. So one every 30 or 35 years. I mean, we have to be going through one similar to, what was it, 1918? And that's not to say it's not serious, but just realize this is part of our life. And to the students, the goal of the board is to try to balance being safe and always keeping folks involved, and then having respect for the virus. But I think we can benefit everybody if we try to tune out all the chaos from the politicians, other than the good ones on this board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Tillman. We appreciate that this time. And I want to end with our illustrious leader, Dr. Volkamer.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. My greatest hope for every one of our students, every member of their families, and every member of our team is that they would find a deep sense of joy and fulfillment in what they're doing. We are responsible for making that happen for our kids and our families and our community. And that's really my deepest hope for them, is that they would experience great joy and fulfillment.
Thank you, Dr. Volkamer. And I just want to say each and every one of you give me tremendous hope. And I mean, that's why I want us to all be a part of this and part of this inspiration to our community, our staff, and our students, because folks out there, when you hear our board, I'm sure you hear it from each and every one of us in our executive cabinet and our employees. We love our students and we love our city and we love our community. And, we're here to represent you and ensure that we make hope happen for our kids. And as Dr. Flores and many of my colleagues said, we want to make sure when it's safe to do so. But just know that we miss you guys and we're looking forward to that day. So take care, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. White. I appreciate that. And we have some more news. I'll turn the mic back over to you, Dr. Volkamer, because I think you have some acknowledgments. So what better time than now?
Thank you, President Rogers, board and community. We want to welcome some of our newest administrators who are going through our administrative onboarding program. Part of that program, it's a multifaceted program. Part of it is to come to a board meeting. So we want to welcome the following people who are going through that program. Chris Cortez, Custodial Supervisor for Maintenance and Operations, and Ken Husos, also a Custodial Supervisor for Maintenance and Operations. Aaron Freeman, new principal at Serrano Middle School, and Jackie Maynor, new principal at Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy. Paul Lopez, the new manager of our warehouse. Steve Owens, who is a sergeant in our school police department, and Dory Stratton, principal at San Andreas High School. Please join me in welcoming them, wishing them good luck during their onboarding program.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
And we apologize for subjecting you to this board meeting.
The only problem you'll have is number in the middle of the screen. Thank you again, and welcome to our meeting, and congratulations to you. We know you're going to do wonderful. We are going to move to 2.0, our special presentations, beginning with 2.1. So excited about this round of our parent group. So this is the District Advisory Council's annual report. And as I shared with you all earlier, it just seems like this year has just gone by fast, but also at the same time so slow. But one thing that was important is to hear from our parent groups and parent leaders to come and present. So they've been doing a fabulous job, and we are concluding here with our advisory, but again, they'll be coming back again and keeping us updated, as well as doing the work that needs to be done to keep our parents connected. So I believe we have someone on the line that will be presenting for us tonight, and I'll turn it over to you right now. I'm not sure.
Good evening. Good evening, board members.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, board members. My name is Ms. Cooper. I'm the co-chair of the District Advisory Council.
Welcome.
Can everybody see the slide?
Yes.
Because my computer is on a delay.
Okay, we can see it and we can hear you very clear.
Very good. So welcome, Ms. Rogers, Mr. Scott, Dr. Volkamer, all board members, community members, parents, and students. Next slide, please. The purpose of the District Advisory Council, also known as DAC, is to represent, including parents, students, community members, staff, and teachers who are elected by school site council members from all schools in the district. The District Advisory Council is a link between school site council and the district to receive information and training related to state and federal programs, as well as receiving information on district programs. The District Advisory Council elects the officers of co-chair, vice chair, co-secretary, and parliamentarian for the elected parent, community, and student members. And we also have a leadership team as well that helps us. The District Advisory Council serve as the Parent Advisory Committee along with DLAC as the two parent committee groups consistent with the LCAP requirement. Next slide, please. The District Advisory Council mission is to promote excellency in education for all students through board-based community representatives. Significant function of the District Advisory Council include provide opportunities to review, comment, and give input on district education programs funded through Title I programs and district parent family engagement policy. We also give input in the local control plan, also known as LCAP, and the federal LCAP addendum. We also receive training on school site council responsibility and share the information with school site members at our school. And we also participated in the town hall meeting, which was the, excuse me if I get this wrong, but the attendance and the attendance plan, the new plan that we have. Now I would like to move the slide to my co-chair member, Ms. Tiffany, who's going to talk about the meeting.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cooper. As part of our mission to inform parents and the community on district programs, we invite several district departments and we present information related to the many programs offered by SBC USD. They include the annual categorical budget developed through the consolidated application, titles 1, 2, 3, and 5, SSC responsibilities, local control funding formula, including the LCAP, as well as district programs that include support for our youth in foster and homeless situations, scholarship and financial aid, college and career readiness, PBIS, multilingual biliteracy, and last but not least, family engagement. Next slide, please. DAC's plan presentations for the 2020-21 school year include distance learning, social emotional learning and mental health, equity targeted student achievement, scholarship and financial aid, and student attendance. One of my favorite presentations was when the Atlas department came to present about the support and services that they provide to our youth that are in foster and homeless situations. And there was not a dry eye in the room. I really hope that everyone can join us at our next DAC meeting. Next slide. And that concludes our presentation. DAC would like to give a huge thank you to the board, cabinet, departments, and schools, and for all of the support that is provided to our kids and community. Thank you.
Thank you all again for the presentations. You all, each of them have been wonderful and we appreciate you. I don't know if there's any, I didn't see any comments in the chat, but I will say to you, your roles are so important right now for our families and our parents. So we're so grateful that you were able to come into this forum. We know it took a little while, but being able to come into this forum and share this information, I know it was near and dear to me as a parent in the district to be able to know how to navigate, who to talk to, what the groups were all about. And I applaud each and every one of you for this work. And we're looking forward to seeing you again on your next round of your reports. Thank you so much for being here, ladies. You did a wonderful job. Now,
Thank you for having us.
You are welcome. I will move to our 2.2 resolution recognizing October as National Bullying Prevention Month. No pun intended. However, I'm going to ask Mr. Gallo, would you read that, please? You're on mute.
Yes, I would be pleased to, Madam
Thank
President.
you.
Let's see. Whereas October is National Bullying Prevention Month, a time to raise awareness of bullying, which can include verbal, physical, and cyberbullying. And whereas almost 30% of the youth in the United States are estimated to be involved in bullying yearly, either as a bully or as a victim. And an estimated 160,000 students in kindergarten through 12th grade miss school for their fear of being bullied. Therefore, be it resolved that the San Bernardino City Unified School District will work to develop, implement, and monitor policies and programs that foster a positive school climate. And be it further resolved that the Board of Education proclaims its commitment to the education and prevention of bullying, exploring solutions and offering support in recognizing October as National Bullying Prevention Month. So moved.
Thank you. It's been moved in second. Dr. Hill? If there's
Aye.
no questions, thank you. Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Moving to 2.3, resolution recognizing October as Character Education Month. Mr. Tillman, if you would read that for us, please.
My pleasure. Whereas the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District welcomes the opportunity to proclaim the present and future well-being of our society requires an involved, caring citizenry with good character, and whereas character development is first and foremost an obligation of families and the efforts of faith communities, schools, and youth, civic and human service organizations play a vital role in fostering and promoting good character. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education joins the California State Board of Education and recognizes October as Character Education Month and encourages all schools to ensure that the development of strong moral character and promotion of responsible, ethical, and civic-minded behavior are part of the curriculum. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. No discussion. We will vote. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Moving to 2.4, resolution in support of California Clean Air Day. Ms. Rosales Medina, would you read that, please?
Yes, of course. So whereas California has some of the most populated regions in the United States, and whereas it is vital that we protect the health and well-being of our community, students, and workforce, and whereas emissions from vehicles, industry, and even household sources significantly affects the environment and air quality, and where individual actions such as idling vehicles, walking or biking to work and school, carpooling, and even conserving energy can directly improve air quality in our region. And whereas education about air quality can raise community awareness, encourage our community to develop habits, and improve our community health. As San Bernardino City Unified School District is committed to the health of our students, employees, and our community at large. Therefore, be it resolved that the San Bernardino City Unified School District declares October 7th, 2020 Clean Air Day, and encourages all schools, offices, and community members to participate in and help clear the air for all Californians.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second. No discussion. We will vote. Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
and Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 2.5, resolution recognizing Week of the School Administrator. Dr. Hill, would you read that resolution, please?
I'm more than glad to, Madam President. Whereas the title of school administrator is used to define many education leadership posts, such as superintendent, principal, assistant principal, special education, and adult education leader, district business office, classified educational leader, and other employees. And whereas the state of California has declared in Education Code 44015.1 the week of October 11 through 17, 2020 as the week of the school administrator. Therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District that all school leaders be commended for the contributions they make to successful student successful school achievement. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. If there's no discussion, we'll take the vote. Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. All right. We are going to move into our closed session, but I do want to acknowledge, and I don't know if we do currently have a resolution, but I do want to acknowledge that it is National, I believe, Hispanic Heritage Month. And I do want to acknowledge that, pause right here. And if we don't have that, that is definitely something we can look at. And I think Ms. Rosales Medina has also mentioned to us, we can interchange that with Latinx, right? And so we want to acknowledge that. And if we don't have that, we'll be looking to do that in the next coming cycle. All right, so we are going to move into our closed session to our viewing audience, and we will be back as soon as possible. Let's log out, board, and head to our closed session. Us. Let's see, we have me, Dr. Hill. I see. Okay, great. Perfect. Can you all hear me? Okay, good. I'm in the right link. Great. All right, we're going to move then to, let me scroll up here. Reconvening to from our closed session. 4.1, be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employee: Chavez Andrade Lewis, Director, Employee Relations, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined, funding 072.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Is there any discussion? If not, we will vote. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores. She's not back yet. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 4.2. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employee: Buckner Leonard, Director, Enrollment and Placement Services, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined, funding 264.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, we will vote. Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 4.3, Director of Human Resources, be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employee: Clark Dion, Director, Certificated Human Resources, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved in second. No discussion. Let's vote. Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Flores. Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, motion carried. Thank you so much. And congratulations to all of the appointments tonight. We look forward to you joining us in your onboarding. Congratulations to you all. Moving now to our public hearing, 5.1, initial contract proposal reopener from the California School Employees Association, Chapter 183. At this time, the public hearing is now open. Are there any public comments? If there are no public comments, I'm actually banging over here. The public hearing is now closed. Be it resolved that the Board of Education received the initial contract proposal from the California School Employees Association, Chapter 183. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second. Is there any discussion? If not, Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman, Dr. Flores.
Aye, and I apologize. I just barely got on. I couldn't get onto my computer
Okay.
again.
Okay, we can hear you now. Good. Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye, and motion carried. All right, I will move to 5.2. Roll down here. Public hearing 5.2, sufficiency of TK school textbooks and instructional materials. I will now open the public hearing. I'm sorry. Yes, I will open the public hearing on this. Are there any public comments?
No, there aren't.
There are not. Okay. All right. I will now close the public hearing. I'm actually banging over here. Be it resolved that for the 2020-2021 school year, the San Bernardino City Unified School District has provided each pupil with sufficient textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with the cycles and content of the curriculum framework. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
All right, it has been moved and second. Is there any discussion at this time? If not, Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman, Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 6.0 public comments. We are now at 6.1. And I will read to you. Public comments is a time during the agenda when the board is prepared to receive comments from the public within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as policies, regulations, and procedures of the district, comments on programs, services, or operations of the district, or fiscal matters of the district. Pursuant to the provisions of the governor's executive order N 2920 dated March 17, 2020, certain requirements of the Ralph M. Brown Act are suspended. With the district temporarily suspending public access to the Board of Education building, members of the public who wish to submit a public comment can do so beginning 24 hours prior to the start of the meeting until 4:30 p.m. on the night of the board meeting. Forms can be found on the district website and Facebook. Comments are limited to 5 minutes or less. All comments on one subject matter are limited to a total of 30 minutes. Comments will be read by a facilitator. Speakers are cautioned that under the California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Ms. Cunningham, it is in your hand.
Thank you, Board President Rogers. Okay, let me begin. The first one is from an employee, and they have an inquiry about the financial status of our district and if the early retirement incentive will be offered in 2021. Another one from Annie Hinahos. And she's an employee, a psychologist with the district. And she asked, will the district be offering a retirement package this year? And another one from an employee. The question of whether or not a retirement incentive will be offered has been asked several times, but no one has bothered to answer. We would like to know if an early incentive is being considered or not for this school year. Please be respectful and let people know instead of just ignoring the question. All right, the next one is from a parent, Martha. She says, my comment is regarding the grab and go meals. This is being advertised as healthy, nutritious meals for our students, but it's short of that. The same menu has been offered: cheeseburgers, ham sandwiches, waffles, carrots, and frozen nuggets. No hot meals, no variety. My kids won't eat this week after week, and I don't blame them. We stopped going because it all ended in the trash. This is beyond ridiculous that the kids are being given this because your department bought a surplus. Also, if this is supposed to be contactless and as safe as possible, why not place the items in our trunks? Make it a drive-up pickup. Other districts, Rialto, for example, does this. Rialto District also makes at least one hot meal from scratch and has variety in their menu. The staff at the SBCUSD grab and go locations are a bit rude and standoffish. A smile goes a long way. Not sure why they act or look like they don't want to be there. Hence why I suggest the trunk idea. Maybe we can learn a little something from the Rialto District. To see what I'm talking about, check out their Facebook page at Rialto Child Nutrition. FYI, I have addressed this by calling the meal distribution program after numerous attempts because their mailbox was always full. The next one is from a parent. I am a parent of 2 students who attend Henry Elementary and 1 student who attends Roosevelt Elementary. I want to know, when will my children's schools be giving out the grab and go food bags? The reason I am asking is because we don't have a car and we live only a couple of blocks from their schools, which would make it more convenient and possible for us to receive those meals. We went a couple of times to King Middle School because we asked a neighbor for a ride, but it is not always possible to get a ride from them since they work. It would be very hard to be hauling all those bags from King or Gomez while walking. I am very grateful for the meals, but we haven't been able to go in a couple of weeks and we really could have used it. I just wanted to bring that to your attention for my kids as well as a few parents who are in the same boat as me. Thank you, and I hope you will consider one of these schools to hand out these much needed bags. Okay, the next one is from an M&O, maintenance and operations employee. Today, as I went into work, I ran into some coworkers, and as always, I asked how things were going with them. The answer I got was not good, fed up, pissed off, mad, disrespected, and most of them said they did not want to be here because of what was going on. Grounds department is working full-time, no rotating schedule, and they have to stand out on painted dots like criminals in a prison yard. Now they are taking our seats out of the shops and telling us how and where to sit down and to share our seat with the next guy coming into work the next day that might be sick. How is this going to solve anything? I think Harold needs to come down to M&O for a few days and sit down and talk with the employees. Thank you, sincerely pissed off and unhappy employees. Okay, the next one is from a parent. You would think that maybe you guys would be a lot smarter about things and how they run and how to not end up with a potential lawsuit. I live in the area near maintenance and operations. You guys have these poor groundskeepers standing outside in their own little square out in the sun with no chairs or provided shade or water or misters to cool them down. I get it. COVID isn't making things easy for us, but these men and women that work for you, mainly the grounds maintenance and custodial people, who work from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. in the hot sun, and at the end of the day have to stand in the hot sun to wait to clock out. And you, the board, who get paid pretty good, can't be good people and go out to the sites and put up pop-up tents with misters and a cooler of ice cold water bottles to show the people who are your backbone that you appreciate them. Because without them, you, the school district board, would be spineless. Without them, without the grounds, without the maintenance and custodial, your schools would look like crap. These people are your backbone. Show some respect, show that you care about them. God forbid one of them has a heat stroke because you didn't provide the necessities to keep them cool. All of you should feel ashamed of yourselves for treating the people who make you guys look good to the public eye like crap. You guys treat them like they are stupid and don't know your dirty tricks. They do everything for you while you sit on your butts doing nothing. Go do what they do for 2 weeks and see what they deal with and what it feels like. I bet you wouldn't last even 3 days. Okay, the next one is from Ace Grundy, and he's a student. When will sports be implemented on our district? Other districts are practicing and following the correct procedures. I believe our district can also follow protocol and bring a new energy to coming back to school. And the next one's from Marco Placentia, and he too is a student. We need sports back and start practice ASAP. Another one from a student. We need football because it helps because it really helps a lot with me and not just football. All sports because it helps get a lot of stuff out of my head. The next one is from Andres Rivera, and he's a student. We should do sports again because we need to be active instead of laying down all day. And this one is from a district coach. I'm a coach at a high school in San Bernardino. Since we have not been able to practice, we have multiple players that quit, dropped out, and joined gangs. Sports gives these student athletes an activity to do that is safe and productive and a reason to stay in school. Last week, we found out that a former player who was supposed to be a senior this year was arrested for attempted murder. This would have never happened if we were able to practice. So I ask that we be able to practice immediately. We have the guidelines to keep everyone safe, and other districts are already practicing. Our student athletes deserve better. Okay, this one is from a school bus driver. I would like to know why San Bernardino District isn't paying the bus drivers like most other districts are. And when will special education kids be allowed back to in-school teaching if California approved for them to be allowed to be taught at school? This is from a city community member. Why aren't you paying your school bus drivers? This one is from Irene Ruiz, a school bus driver. Why are you not paying the bus drivers like other bus companies are paying drivers that are not working because of COVID? This is anonymous. I am one of the school bus drivers at Durham, and we transport your students in your district. We would like to know why isn't the district and Durham working together to hold on to their drivers and monitors while we are on furlough. We are not getting paid, and as of September 30th, we are losing our health benefits. No one seems to care about us, and we are the ones who transport your students. You are losing your drivers to nearby districts because of this. Nearby districts, to hold on to their drivers, are paying them. Please help. Most of us don't want to leave San Bernardino School District. We love and miss all our students, but you are not leaving us any choice. Please help keep your drivers and monitors. This is from a parent. I would like to suggest creating a method for parents to submit concerns about issues with online schooling. There is currently a Facebook group where parents are voicing concerns and helping each other, but it's not an official way to let the district know, and schools are too hard to get a hold of right now. I have seen concerns in the group about a 6th grade teacher that refuses to ever turn her camera on, but expect the students to. I also have a problem with my kid's teacher not giving us assignments until school is already out. It would help if there was a form to submit complaints to without just going onto Facebook or waiting for the school board meeting. Thank you for considering my suggestion. The next one is from Leah Revelorio, a student. I'm a student and I need your help with our school Del Vallejo. I want to play sports and we struggle a lot because we do not have a gym, and wish you would make a difference at our school, not reducing the space we have. I do want to go back to campus, and if we do soon, then how are we going to practice social distancing? We need to vote for people to represent us, not ignoring our needs. We need democracy where the poor needs the we need democracy where the poor needs the opportunity. I deserve the same opportunities that our schools have for their children. My dream is to be a doctor or attorney to support my community. Please help us. Or do I need to go further up? This is from Taryn Zappia, a parent. I am very disappointed in the board for choosing to keep all students on distance learning until 2021. This option is just not best for all students. Several students are losing valuable knowledge staying home with online learning instead of at least doing a hybrid model. There should be no reason the board does not try this option. I am seriously considering homeschooling my kids since I can't even get a decent online education from the district. From Liliana Mendez, a parent. I attended past meetings of LCAP, and as a parent, I asked why the district has not fixed the broken fence that Del Vallejo Middle School has. I was told that it is not a priority. There was a day that my daughter came home scared that a homeless male broke into the cafeteria and exposed to the students. Where are our funds? Del Vallejo does not have a gym for sports, and the cafeteria area has no shade, so students have to wait in line in the sun with the weather of 100 degrees. But yet the funds are being used for this school that is a Chapter 1. I don't agree to this, and I'm doing my best to talk to the board members, but I have not heard from them. From Annie Garcia, a parent. I want to bring the issue of hotspot data to the board's attention. My child uses a hotspot for his classes. He also uses this hotspot for CAPS. I'm afraid that he will use up all his data by using the data during the day for his classes and then for CAPS. Would it be possible for the school board to approve more data on their hotspots for those students who are enrolled in CAPS? I like the CAPS program and it's beneficial for my child to interact socially with other students his age while the physical classes are not in session. Thank you for your consideration. This is from Ms. Zena, a community member. I was out today and ran into a couple of parents and they asked me to submit this question to the school district. How does the school district plan on disinfecting the restrooms at the schools, especially the girls' restrooms, amid COVID-19 once school starts? This is from a community member. I do not feel confident in the leadership of our board or of the school district. Several social media posts have been shared showing board member Mike Gallo going to celebrities bar with no mask and no social distancing. Also on social media was Eric Vatier, who is head of safety, posting himself at a pool party with no mask and no social distancing. If we cannot trust our leaders to follow mandated guidelines, how can we trust them to run our district? This is not a good example for our students, parents, and staff. These are the people who are making decisions on our behalf. From Daniel Schmidt, a parent. I thank you for taking on the task of making all of the hard decisions that have had to be made through this pandemic. I realize this has not always been easy to do. I would like you to reconsider allowing teachers that want to teach from our classrooms during this pandemic to do so. As it was discussed at the last board meeting, there is a relatively small number of teachers that would like to be able to do this. I understand that liability is a concern, but there are ways to solve that issue. It was also discussed at the last board meeting that some teachers are being allowed to work at the PD building due to internet issues. This was justified by stating that they are working in an office setting. However, I do not see much difference between an office and a classroom, other than a classroom without students has less potential for exposure. If we were allowed to work in our classroom, we would have more distance between us than those in an office have. All of the districts around us are allowing their staff to work from campus, yet we are not even allowed to step foot onto the campus. I believe this is a disservice to our teachers as well as our students because of a lack of availability to our teaching resources and equipment. The other issue that was brought up was the issue of our internet server not being strong enough to handle the bandwidth. However, with all due respect, our district has known for 6 months that we were most likely going to be in a distance learning model. This issue should have already been dealt with and solved. Many of the teachers do not have the bandwidth at home and some don't have an appropriate distance learning classroom setting. In closing, I am asking you to please reconsider your stance on allowing the few teachers who want to work from their classroom to be allowed to do this. I also ask that you please make this a priority for the board to revisit and make a decision soon. We are being asked to do a lot more work with the distance learning model. It would be very beneficial to be allowed to do it from our classrooms. Thank you for your time. From Destiny Lomelli, a parent. I just want to make a suggestion as a parent of a kindergartner student in San Bernardino School District. My suggestion is that the students be able to have a window space time where they would be able to interact with each other, even if it's virtually. It's been 6 weeks in virtual learning and my child doesn't know anything about her classmates other than hearing the teacher call them out by first name. I believe it's important for students to be able to have the free time, maybe in the noon time, for them to all be able to tune in as classmates, to be able to build social skills amongst each other freely. I thank you for your time and I hope my comment positively helps build relationships amongst each other during this time. Thank you. From Christina Marquez, says that she's an SBTA rep, teacher, San Bernardino community member, taxpayer, and a political activist. Friday, March 13th, 2020 marks the last day that we teachers were able to meet with our students in a traditional classroom setting. From that day, we, along with the technical staff, were tasked with creating a new system of teaching and learning, thus making the transition from normal live interactions with our students to being face to pixelated face with them on a small computer screen. As a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic, educators across the district, the state, the nation, and the world were catapulted into the brave new world of distance learning. We teachers have been asked to deliver a high-quality education to our students during the strangest of times. We are grateful that the district had the foresight to equip every student with a device and a hotspot if needed in order to receive instruction. We educators have tuned into district meetings, attended trainings by our education technology department, and participated in webinars given by various education specialists, technology coaches, demonstration teachers, and peer educators. On our own initiative, we have watched numerous YouTube videos on how to be more engaging virtually, investigated which potentially helpful apps to download, learned to troubleshoot our aging devices, and otherwise honed our technological skills. In this new world of distance learning, we teachers are working longer hours, planning and preparing for our students. We are constantly frustrated when we attempt to put text boxes in curriculum worksheets that claim to be interactive but really aren't. We are also assisting our students, parents, grandparents, guardians, and family members in troubleshooting and navigating the many different platforms and programs that are installed on their own devices. And after all of the preparation, after all the hard work we put into our lessons, we are greeted by our students' avatars on a small screen. Yes, I understand the privacy risks of having a camera running. However, many of us are teaching to avatars, silent, unresponsive, unmoving, uncaring avatars. The simple fact is that many students sign in for attendance and answer when their name is called and then are never heard from again. They don't answer questions when called on. They don't type in the chat. They don't complete simple quizzes to check for understanding. We don't hear from the parents unless they get a call from the district about absences. This is frustrating after all the time and effort that we put into our daily lessons, grading assignments, and updating attendance. We teachers are happy to provide a high quality education. We would be delighted if our students would accept it. To all the students who are showing up and completing their work, I want to say thank you. You are truly avid students. You personify achievement via individual determination. Thank you for showing up to class. You are the students who motivate us to keep on teaching during these difficult times. And my last one is from a fourth grade teacher at Hunt Elementary. The staff at Hunt Elementary appreciate the headphones and the $300 you have given to each teacher in SBCUSD so we can support our students in distance learning. That's it, Board President Rogers, but please know I have, I think, 6 comments that I will read during the 11.3 board policy at that time.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Dr. Volkmer, as always, I know you're taking copious notes, and as well as all of the other department leads. And the more information we get, I'm sure from our public comments help us to be better, and we can reach out to those individuals that have left their information. So thank you for that. We'll now move to 7.0 reports and comments by union organizations, starting 7.1 San Bernardino Teachers Association. Is there a representative on the line?
It seems like Danny had a comment though.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Tillman. Before I do that, I did see that earlier and then I forgot. Mr. Tillman, yes. Mr. Tillman? You're not on mute and I can't hear you. We can't hear you. You might have to log out, Mr. Tillman, and log back in. Okay. Give that a second. Still nothing. We can't hear you. Okay, I will go ahead and go to the first I'll go back to 7.1, and then if Mr. Tillman comes back in, I will let him back in. San Bernardino Teachers Association, is there a representative? Let's see here.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening,
Hello.
President Rogers,
Good evening.
Interim Superintendent Volkemer, members of the board and cabinet. I'm Ashley Vitas-Alcala, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and I'm speaking before you tonight on behalf of the 3,000 members of SBTA. So now we're in our 7th week of the school year, and when you last met, I brought to your attention one of the issues that has been causing a lot of frustration and stress to our educators, and that is the requirement of the attendance documentation. I'm happy to report that the state has been revising some of the guidelines on a daily basis. We continue to work through with the district, and now Aries has brought on some integration into their platform so that our teachers will be able to seamlessly update their attendance into Aries rather than having separate forms to use. Again, I just want to remind you that as we continue to move through distance learning, we still need to make sure that we have patience and are giving grace to our educators, as we know that everyone is going through different personal situations and may be experiencing any number of tragedies in their personal lives, unfortunately, during this time. So I just want to thank you for your advocacy, and as we continue to work through this together, we will make sure that we inform you of any new information that we have. And again, we want to remind the district that we expect any safety decisions to be made based on data, and we want to ensure that all of our employees and our students will be safe at which time when we come back in person. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
Can you hear me now, Madam President?
Yes, we can hear you. Good. Okay,
So,
Mr. Tillman?
Yeah, I want, because there were a number of items that were talked about in public comment, but specifically on the camera policy, can we agendize it? Maybe even have or what is the direction? Is there a policy on, in terms of students and their cameras being on, and for how long, and do we have a policy?
Yeah, Dr. Volkemer, I think you can speak to that, because we did raise that and we came up with a solution. Somewhat, I thought. I don't see you. There you are. Okay.
I'm gonna refer to Dr. Menares. I know she's very well versed in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Not to do a hot potato, but Dr. Funches has actually an HR. There was a work team that put together some general recommendations. We actually just reviewed it today. So I'm not trying to hot potato it, but Dr. Funches actually was leading this, and so I am going to pass the baton.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
I'd like Dr. Funches to respond to that question, President Rogers.
Okay, that's great.
And so, thank you. So to give a brief update, we did put together a committee to work on this matter, meaning the camera for students and camera for educators. And we brought together a diverse group of people, meaning SBTA representative, parents, students, district leaders, and principals. And what has come out of that is recommendations right now for expectations to have cameras on. But what we still need to do is make sure before we roll that out or implement it, we look at how we do that. The state has provided some guidance on the ability to have a camera on, and the district's what we call our ability to have cameras on at any time and not needing permission from our staff. So we're working through a few issues around that within the guidance and within the expectations. And I hope that answers your question right now. The committee just wrapped up their work and provided us some recommendations, but we still have a little bit more work to do before we implement or roll out.
So, but that's what my concern is, because people are being told things as though there's a policy and directive at the district level. So I hope that we're responding by, to me, it's the obvious thing is if teachers want students to have cameras on and teachers want to show themselves, there has to be options for the parents who do not want their child to be shown all the time.
Sure.
So I hope that parents are being told that if you, for whatever the reason, decide, okay, maybe the child can show their face to show that they're there and then turn the camera off if a parent insists on it. But I do agree that the normal should be that we ask the students and the teacher to have the cameras on to give them some sense of normalcy and they can see the people. But you have to have the ability to allow parents that want to opt out to opt out. So if that's not the case, we need to hear that right now. And then I think the board should have an emergency meeting just to address this issue. The next board meeting is not going to be until October is it the 6th? Which is almost 3 weeks away. So that's a long time to go without having firm direction. Because when parents call me now, what do I tell them if we don't have a policy?
Yeah, so Mr. Tillman, I understand, and thank you for bringing that to our attention. We are working on that, and right now there would be flexibility if a parent said, hey, I may not want my child to have that camera on. Within those recommendations, within that guidance, there is flexibility for that. As you know, some of these things that we put forth just need some massaging and still working through parent input, SBTA input, staff input. So we're almost there.
So Dr. Volkman, what are they being told now?
So the messaging has been, Mr. Tillman, that it is optional to have screen on. Okay. That has been the messaging consistently. Right. That it is optional.
Right.
And
we encourage it. Clearly, we encourage it because we want to see the students. We want to know they're engaged, et cetera, et cetera. But if a student or a parent elects for a student not to have their camera on, the messaging has been consistent that that's okay.
And what are we doing about virtual, allowing virtual backgrounds? Is that still moving forward on that?
Yes, we are. We have it through one of our platforms. The other platform is still coming up. We did run into a problem. I think I shared that with you in the daily report. So we've taken that off until we can be assured, taken that option off until we can be assured that it's not a breach of security, that intruders, unexpected intruders can't get through that application because it's provided by a third party. It's not provided by either Google or Zoom. It's provided by a third party. So we're making sure it's safe. But in the meantime, we're using what's available to us.
So what I want to do is just to be clear, because we have people watching the meeting, you just said that we're asking that students have their cameras turned on. But if a parent decides that for whatever reason, they do not want their child camera to be on, then they can choose not to.
Yes.
That is correct.
Thank you.
That's absolutely correct. Ms. Rosales Medina?
So I have, I guess, a follow-up with that. And the reality is, parents that don't want their children to be even seen for attendance. And I think that kind of go overboard as well. There has to be a balance. I understand, you don't want to have your child, be seen on, the virtual world, but still there has to be a way where we can identify that they're on, that it's them and so forth. So even if it's just briefly, and I think you're right, Danny, Mr. Tillman, we should have a look at this as a board policy, because I don't agree with not having them appear at all. I do want to have the teachers be able to see them when they take attendance, at least for that brief moment. And I just wanted to make sure I clarify that point. Now with that discussion, we have, various board members make their comments as well pertaining to that.
Sounds good. So Dr. Funches, I know you said you guys are, because we've talked about it a few times, and so formalizing it and what you're gathering, are you guys really close on that information so we can have a discussion and then bring it to policy? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so board, I will stay on top of that and see as soon as possible. If it's before our next meeting, I have no problem with bringing us together to kind of move forward with that on that, because it is an issue that keeps going back and forth. But I think it's important, again, that we get the message out, because we did say that it is an option, you know, to let people know. We don't want to put a strain on them. But I do agree with you, Ms. Rosales Medina. At some point in time, we do have to teach to dealing in this virtual world, being present, you know, but not seeking to embarrass anyone in any way. So thank you for that. Okay, I will get back to the reports. And our next report, 7.2, California School Employees Association. Is there someone?
Yes, there is. It's Shane. How you doing, President Rogers? This is Shane.
Hello, Shane.
Hello. There's two of us that are going to just speak briefly tonight. First is going to be the new secretary or treasurer for 183, which is Juanita Upshaw. So Juanita, could you go ahead?
Hello, good evening, board. My name is Juanita Upshaw, the chapter treasurer for San Bernardino, chapter 183. I would like to report that the district and CSEA have recently agreed upon an MOU regarding post-COVID return to work impacts and effects on our bargaining members. It was a long process that lasted about 5 months, but in the end, the safety and security for all is what's important. This MOU is currently in the ratification process. As these provisions are being made for the classified employees to return to work, CSEA encourages management to be a little more flexible when it comes to employees returning to their work sites. We ask that ample notice is given to the employees to give them time to make arrangements for childcare, elderly care, or even care for loved ones who are sick in their homes. We all have to remember that even though businesses are slowly reopening, not everything is open yet. Some situations take time to resolve, and so we are encouraging management to work with their employees to come up with a plan that will work for both. The district, as you know, has renewed and increased the amount of the contract with outside vendor Cybertech. CSEA has received numerous complaints from its members, and they themselves are having to pick up the slack for Cybertech. Our members are working tirelessly to keep up with the demand of the parents, students, and staff. CSEA feels that the money spent on Cybertech could be better spent hiring more permanent employees that can do the same job. In fact, you could probably hire at least 6 more permanent classified employees in the IT department with the money that is being spent on Cybertech. Thank you for hearing our concerns and for taking all things into consideration. And now I will pass it on to our administrator, CSEA Association First Vice President Shane Dishman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Juanita. President Rogers, board, Dr. Volkemer, all superintendency. My time here in San Bernardino is drawing to an end and a close. I've given an entire year to the rebuilding of the organization here at Chapter 183. One of the final things that I'm trying to accomplish before I leave is negotiations. And so there are a few negotiation concerns that CSEA wants to bring to you tonight so I can vacate. CSEA has made several proposals and negotiations is not going well. It seems like the district has a new strategy of just saying no to CSEA. We understand that there's a lot of uncertainties that we are dealing with. The CSEA would like to remind the district that classified employees are the ones that were here from the beginning, determined to be essential employees, and the ones required to go to work from the beginning. CSEA has made a proposal to implement the compensation study that was done by the independent company selected by the district, which showed what CSEA has been telling the district for years. Many CSEA bargaining unit positions are underpaid compared to comparable districts, and that is why the district is constantly losing some of those positions to other districts. The independent study speaks for itself, and CSEA understands that it can't all be implemented at once. We understand that. But, we would hope that, that's what the district wants in the long run as well. CSEA has provided a proposal to make sure that all bargaining unit employees would be increased to the step on the salary schedule that should be, or where they should be at, for the district to be competitive and provide the most qualified classified employees for the community and students. Secondly, CSEA has put forward a proposal that would provide CSEA bargaining unit employees the same incentive that other classified employees receive in the district if they get a degree that is above what their job requires. The district already provides the same percentages that CSEA is proposing to other classified employees in the district, but when CSEA put forth the proposal, we were actually told that the district would not agree because CSEA bargaining unit has too many employees within it. CSEA cannot believe that the district would say that some classified employees should get a percentage increase for having a degree above what their job requires, but other classified employees should not be treated equally. But that does not appear to be what the district is saying to us at the table. Next, a few years ago, CSEA and the district agreed to change language in the classified bargaining agreement, which stopped the district from being required to pay out part-time classified employees for unused vacation every year. When this was agreed to, it was discussed that part-time classified employees would be allowed to take their vacation, and it would be better for them so that they could use that time to recharge, which they need on a regular basis. In reality, CSEA part-time classified employees have not been allowed to take their vacation and are regularly discouraged from taking their vacation because that means they were not at work when the students are present. This has happened, though, in which you may not be aware of, is that the district, as a result of this, has incurred an unfunded liability of hundreds of thousands of dollars to possibly into the millions of dollars range. CSEA has proposed that the district is not regulating this well, and it is time to stop the unfunded liability from growing by returning to the practice of paying off unused vacation for part-time CSEA bargaining unit employees. But again, the district only response to us is no. Finally, CSEA has put forth a few other proposals to put language into the contract that is simply memorializing what is required by law, but the district again responded with no, despite the fact that they agreed that what was being proposed was the law. CSEA does not understand why the district would not want to put language into the contract that they are already required by law to follow. It was stated by the district in negotiations that several of the things that are required by law are currently not being followed by the district. CSEA wants to put language into the contract so that we can use the grievance process if there are disputes, but it seems like the district would rather have CSEA file lawsuits, which will only do one thing, and that is cost the district more money on the legal fees that will be spent instead of on students. I hope you will ask the district questions, and hopefully you will get somewhere with us in negotiations with the district. Just not hearing no for once would certainly be a nice change. Thank each and every one of you for the job that you do. Thank each and every one of you. Right now, I want to tell you that San Bernardino is a fabulous, fabulous location. And I have met some of the most wonderful people in my year of being here. I hope we can end this negotiation process very quickly. I want to do this before I leave. And thank you for my time here tonight.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dishman. And thank you for your time and your comments. All right, we will move to 7.3, Communication Workers of America. Is there a representative?
Yes, good evening, everyone. This is Teresa Hunter with CWA 9588. Good evening, Honorable Board and members of the Cabinet. We are making progress with getting our members trained in this new way that we now have to do things. And it's a bit of a step for some of our members because we do have members that have not been as technologically skilled, I'll say, as others, but they're working hard to get there. You know, they're working hard to get there. And I must say a big thank you to HR for Dr. Funches and HR for really helping getting the training that's needed. And matter of fact, we had a training last week and we had a training today. And I had requested that the training move from once a month to twice a month, and HR has quickly complied and agreed to that. And so it has been, you know, it's a work in progress. Everybody is going along and getting there, making progress. And so again, I'd like to thank HR for you know, making it possible, helping, and also too for Carmen Oko, because she has really stepped in and tweaked some of the training that we've had, and it's making it easier for our people to make the connection, if you know what I mean. Because as I said, this is a bit of a step for some of our folks. So again, thank you very much. We do look forward to meeting with the district and bargaining. That's our next thing that we do need to achieve. So we look forward to setting a date to getting that going. And all of you have a wonderful evening, and thank you very much.
And before you go away, Ms. Hunter, I think there's a comment, Mr. Tillman?
So how does the new sub world work, or guest teacher? I'm sure you sign up the same way, but when you get an assignment, someone calls you and gives you a place where a number you're going to dial into, or how do you substitute a virtual class?
Well, you do need to go to the same place that we've always gone to first, which is to SmartFind. Okay, and in SmartFind now is a way, there's the teachers are supposed to put their lesson plans in there, and then there's supposed to be a link to the Google Meet, okay? And once you get your lesson plans and you make your connection into Google Meet, then you go forward with the process. You have an attendance process that is currently being refined, and you move along with your class. You're able to see the students, and of course, you know, there's the protocol of what everything is supposed to look like, okay? And so it's interesting because we do have guest teachers who work in other districts, and we had a situation that occurred back here a couple of days ago. It was not in San Bernardino, it was in another district, but I think of it because, you know, if it should happen here in San Bernardino, you know, how would we handle it? What happened was, well, students being students, a lot of times, you know, they know when there's a guest teacher. And a lot of times when there's a guest teacher, it's you know, easy day.
I got you.
Yeah, exactly. You know, exactly. So they try all kinds of things. So in this particular case, there were parents in the background, okay, with one particular student. And the parent at one point during this class chose to begin berating the guest teacher, making all types of disrespectful remarks, just basically, and this is now, you got to remember, the other students can hear this.
Right.
Okay. So, you know, the guest teacher was totally, you know, caught off guard by this. And so we will have to see what, you know, what we will we're going to be having a discussion with people over in the district as to what to do if this happens in the future.
Well,
So
I want to clarify that was not in San Bernardino.
definitely not. No, it was not in San Bernardino. No. And so I just bring it up only because, you know, students can be the same, you know, student is a student over here and a student, you know, and okay. So I, you know, if you know, we want to be able to have remedies ready, you know, for when things happen. And so that's the only reason I bring it up, is because it's a lesson, you know, it's something that we're going to be working with, and it's a lesson we'll be coming out of this.
Thank you.
And yeah, so anyway, that's all I have. And I thank all of you, and you guys have a great evening.
Thank you, and thank you for being here tonight. It's good to hear from you.
Thank you so much.
All right, moving to 7.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. Is there someone present? No, I'm not hearing anything. Ms. Cunningham, no, they're not there. All right. I will move to 8.0, presentation. 8.1, unaudited actuals financial report, fiscal year 2019-2020.
Thank you, President Rogers. Board, this is the kind of almost the end of the budget cycle from the time that you adopt a budget all the way through the end of the year, where we get to what we think we've spent. We give you first interim, second interim during the year. Excuse me. This is the time when we present our unaudited actuals, which is a kind of a shoring up of the books, if you will, finishing up of the books for the prior school year. So I want to thank Janie and her team who have been working feverishly on getting this put together, and I'll turn it over to her at this time. Thank you, Janie.
Thank you, Dr. Volkamer. Good evening, board. Next slide, David. So as Dr. Volkamer stated, this is the time where we have the annual, all the revenues and expenditures, close the books, and we prepare that for you to review. And then the auditors will come and present to you by January to confirm what we presented to you. We'll also look at some comparisons in our ending fund balance. Next slide. Over the course of LCFF, you can see the orange line that goes across the top of the bars, that's our revenue. And then all the bar chart, you can see the legend right under the title that talks about the major object codes. So as our revenues have gone up, so have our expenditures. You can see last year we deficit spent, and the year prior deficit spent, as revenues have flattened out. And as you know, we had flat funding for this year, but expenditures continue to grow. Next slide. We bring this to you every year just to share what other school districts, their unified school districts, if you look on the third line, what the average ending fund balance is for the general fund. The unrestricted general fund was 17.26 in 2018-19. Ours last year was 7.3%, the unrestricted. This year it's 4.29%. That is the lowest, and we went back to 2012 in a number of years. Now we will have the updated of the unified districts and everyone in the next probably month or so, as everyone has to present their unaudited by September 15th. So we'll update you at first interim where other districts are. Next slide. As Dr. Volkamer was saying, you know, we start the year with the adopted budget in June. As you'll recall, just a couple months ago was, I'm going to say, a wild and crazy ride with everything that was going on because of COVID, what was happening at the state level. And then, as you're aware, we'll bring a first interim to you and then a second interim. And then as we adopt the budget, we estimate where we think we're going to end. And then we share with you where we end as of September 15th. So we did deficit spend, if you look at line 4, all the way to the right, 2019-20 unaudited actuals, we did deficit spend $39 million. Most of that was carryover and planned. We had a large textbook adoption above our regular normal year-to-year budget. We finished, we had some carryover that was brought to the board last year and allocated of about $12 million. And then we had some restricted funds, RDA, clean energy, restricted lottery, a lot of other funds that were carryover and spent for that 39 million deficit spending. That takes our ending fund balance down to 51.5 million on line 5. Line 1 showed it started at 90 million. When we go down the chart, we have reserves for revolving cash, line 7 of 300,000. Reserve for restricted programs of 19.2 million, which I'll show you the breakdown of that on the next slide. We have our reserve for economic uncertainties of 2%, that's 15.1. And then the 16.9 million that we're reserving for deficit spending as we are in challenging times now as we move forward with flat funding and expenditures moving up. I did see a question. Did you want me to pause?
You can, yeah, you can keep going and then I'll
Okay,
get it in.
right. Thank you. Next slide. So on that previous slide, I shared with you the 19.2 million that was restricted funds. These are the list of those programs that they're restricted to for very specific purposes. You may wonder, why is there a negative amount on line 1? We didn't receive the money till this year, but we were allowed to charge some of the learning loss mitigation funding last year when we closed. And so, and then you'll see the variety of other carryovers that were in the restricted funds. Next slide. And then just to emphasize the importance of having higher than a 2% reserve. So you board, you were able to allocate some of those funds for some one-time things. There's also in the economic environment that we're in, it's good to have reserves set aside so we can preserve vital educational programs. When you're in a declining enrollment environment, again, cost outpacing revenues, health and welfare benefits go up each year. And then just in the environment we're in right now is managing costs related to COVID. So the board did approve, we received about we anticipate to receive close to 90 million and some of these one-time dollars to help offset the costs for PPE and technology and all that. So that should help us this year. And hoping for future money from the federal government. So next slide. And that's it for this evening. We'll see you again for the first interim report in December to show where we are as of the end of October. We'll have an idea of how, if there is some savings from the closure and how we'll be able to set some of that money aside as we go into 2021, 22.
All right.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tillman?
Yes. So back to slide 6. So, well, this was not the.
One more right there.
There you go. So, Jenny, I will say, this is the first time your number is close to what you said it is, but that scares me even more because the numbers are so low now, and these are really tough times. But I just want to make sure those items that you said that we spent in terms of the deficit spending, you said it was planned deficit spending, and that money is not ongoing cost, right?
So that's true for last year, Mr. Tillman, but this year there is technically a structural deficit because the state didn't give us COLA, right? And costs went up. But we're able to help mitigate some of that because we're getting federal funds and some other things to help us through this next year. And so that's where we have to be careful moving forward. Now, the adopted budget, we do not show as much of a deficit spending for this 2021 school year. And we think that, and we'll share with you at first interim, that from the closure, we'll have some savings that might help offset that. It's very challenging as we look to 21, 22.
So in terms of CARES Act money, how much money did we receive?
We received for everything just under 90 million.
And how much of that we spent?
So most of it's this year, Mr. Tillman. So I can resend the BC. I think we brought something to board where a lot of it's technology, a lot of it's, you know, the hotspots and the Khajiits, right? And the PPE for our school sites. And so
how much of last year's budget it qualifies for the $90 million in CARES money?
So if, can you just advance it one slide? That's 733,000 on line 1. And also there was about another 800,000 that we received last year and spent last year.
So we didn't buy any devices in last year's budget that qualifies for CARES money?
Yeah, we did. We had a lot of devices that were ordered from school sites. If you'll recall, when this was going on, we were using the devices we already had. The board had already been doing the home to school, the Chromebook initiative, and we were ordering devices and using some available funds and using some of the site computers. And now we're replenishing some of those. Does that make sense?
But my question is, when I thought about when we were buying the devices last year, and we talked about the CARES money, right? So there's no way of showing that, like, how much money did we spend on devices at the end of last year?
Yeah, I'll get that for you, Mr. Tillman. A lot of the school sites, we used existing devices to get in kids' hands, and then we're replacing them. And I'll also update the board on how much was spent last year and how much is in this year.
Because the key for me is, and you tell me where I'm missing it, but when I was thinking about spending the money on technology last year, it was in knowing that we were getting this CARES money. So,
right.
So really, but I thought somehow that would be reflected in the unaudited actuals in terms of right now, all that expenditure is being charged against our regular money, and it's not in any way offset by the CARES money on paper.
So most of that you'll see this year, Mr. Tillman. Most of the money is coming this year.
But I guess, let me put it this way then. Some of the, maybe I'm wrong about this, some of the expenditures we made in last year's budget, is it going to be used to justify, or do we have to justify and have, and do we have to show what we're spending $9 million on? Does it have to qualify?
Yes.
So my question is, how much of last year's expenditures is qualified for how much of the $90 million?
So the 733 you see on this slide.
That's it?
And I think another 800,000. And if Janet's on the phone, she could pipe in on that. But most of this is hitting in this year. Most of the spending is hitting in this year.
And what will the $90 million in spending, what would that be primarily?
So a large portion is computers and the wireless, the hotspots and Khajiits, and it's also the PPE and the readiness for the facilities. That's the majority of the money.
So, Madam President, I can't.
I'm not done.
I know, but after Danny, can I speak?
I'm not done.
Yes.
No, I can't put it in the chat.
Go ahead.
But I'd like to speak after Danny.
Okay,
Sorry.
got it. Got it.
Danny.
Okay. So, and then then in the end, I guess that'll help me. But in the end, if we're not going to get additional money, and we're not, and I don't know how, even if we come in, I guess Mr. Stockings had a real concern about the talk about, hybrid, and if we come back to campus and you have these small classes, we don't have additional money to hire extra teachers, do we?
No.
So would it be like it is what I'm reading the stories about across the country, where they're bringing in a small group of students for class at school, and then the virtual class is 100 kids? Is that what the plan is?
I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Menares on that question, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you, Ms. Christakos. Mr. Tillman, the details we're still in negotiations with SBTA. And so we're just starting to work through what phase 2 and phase 3 will look like in the future. There is no plan that I'm aware of, Dr. Funches I'm sure would tell me otherwise, where we would have 100 students assigned to one teacher. In secondary, their caseload, right, their number of contacts exceed 100, but that's not all at one time. So that's not in the plan to have one teacher with 100 students logging on all at the same time.
Well, how about 50?
No, we need to stay within we plan on staying within our contracted teacher-student ratio.
So if you have a teacher that's teaching in the classroom, and because of the guidelines, how many students are supposed to be in the classroom? Is it 12?
So you're speaking specifically about that new guidance that came out on the cohorts, right? So that it's called the stable cohorts. The way that the language reads, and it was just revised, I think at the end of last week, is they say no more than 16 individuals. And so that can be a combination of teacher, aide, and students, but no more than 16. That's for what we're calling phase 2, our distance learning.
No, but I'm asking, so you have the 16 kids in the class, students in the class, but then the class was originally 28. So what happens to the other 12 kids?
They stay in distance learning.
Right, but in whose class?
That's what we need to work with our unions on, because we heard from our parents, they're not in, they'd like to be able to keep the same teacher. It's definitely a lot of puzzle matching pieces to make this work.
But I think that the sooner we're open and honest with the parents, the better off everyone's going to be. Because you just tell me right now, if you do it that way, there's no way that if a teacher goes from being a virtual teacher with her existing students, she goes into a classroom, or he goes into a classroom with the 16 students, that teacher's not expected to do traditional classroom and a virtual classroom, are they?
So what I feel like is happening, I just want to be clear, Mr. Tillman, there's the phase 2 and phase 3. So phase 2 is for the cohorts, and that's the smaller number. Phase 3 is half the number of students, where half would be in a virtual setting and half would be in person. And we also know that we have classroom teachers, due to various circumstances, whether it's medical or other elements, where they too cannot come in. And so what we need to do is be able to pair all of that. We're in the midst of figuring all that out with our teacher union.
Well, I hear you saying that, but I just don't see any way possible where we don't have no one's giving us additional money to ensure that we have small classrooms, both in person and virtually. So the reality was going to be, if you're going to have a teacher in a class with 16 people, then that means you're going to have another virtual class with a whole lot more people. And my only the thing that everyone needs to understand is, when we used to talk about reducing class sizes, the challenge was it costs a lot of money. If I wanted to go from reduce a class size of third graders from 28 kids to 27 kids a class on average, it costs millions of dollars. So to suggest that you could have a whole bunch of classrooms open with 16 students in them, and somehow you're not getting extra money to hire extra teachers to do the virtual, so you would have enlarged virtual classrooms. And with the struggles we're having with virtual classrooms, I don't really see how that's going to happen. So I just want to be open and honest to everybody. And the sooner we start the conversation, the better off everyone's going to be. And I encourage everybody to read the stuff that's out there on the internet, because the only good thing about doing it the way we're doing it is you get to see the results of what folks are dealing with across this country when they try to do this, bringing a small number of students back to the classroom. Now, I haven't figured it out. I know you guys all have the PhDs and a lot smarter than me, so I'll just sit back and watch you do it. But I don't see the clear path. I just see chaos, because there's no way of getting around the fact that unless you, Janie just showed you, I mean, I feel terrible. I no longer have a $90 or $100 million ending balance. This is sad, but which means that we don't have anything to play around with. Now we're at a point, I have no problem spending the money, but now we're at a point where those numbers in the budget are real. There is no extra money. So we have to live within the amount of money we have, and tough times are coming. And I want to end with, I hope that the district right now is on a hiring freeze, meaning that we are only replacing positions that must be replaced. Because what we need to do is, because we have reduced enrollment and no new funding coming along, we need to ensure that we start now to saving money in order for us to be financially sound in 2021, 2022. This is the time we need to prepare for it. So are we on a soft hiring freeze, Dr. Wilkemer?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Tillman. I think we shared with the board a couple meetings ago that any vacancy where there's a request to fill it, it comes to cabinet for discussion.
Right. And right now we're in very tough times. You know, something may happen where the Congress and the Senate on the federal level decide to give us some money to go through this COVID tragedy. But if that doesn't happen, we have big problems coming up. So I just want to be frank with everyone listening that we're about ready to experience some tough financial times, and there is no easy way of coming back on site with small class sizes and then somehow having small or even the existing size virtual classes that we have without hiring new people. And no one's giving us additional money to hire new people. That's the reality of it. So, and I really think what should happen right now is the federal government should pass laws that give us the schools $1 trillion, and then they could say respectfully that we want you to move forward as fast as possible to bring kids back on site safely. Because in reality, we should be trying to hire a whole bunch of people to make sure we have manageable class sizes on the virtual side if we start bringing students into the physical classroom with the proper PPE and precautions and distancing. So right now we're living in a state of chaos. Even to act like we're going to be at a point somewhere in the near future where we can bring kids back to campus in the way you guys have described it, I don't see how it works.
So, Mr. Tillman, our plan is to bring some initial work that we've been working on in the month of October to the board, just to update you on where we are for phase 2 and phase 3.
And just make sure the numbers match. Just don't talk about the number of kids in class, but make sure you talk about, because of that, how many are going to be in the virtual class.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. And I believe Dr. Flores, can you hear us?
Thank you, Madam President. Janie, the $733,128, that's the money that we spent last year. Is that why it's in red?
Yeah, we spent it last year, but the money's not coming till this year, but they allow us to charge expenses that hit after March 12th or 15th or something. And so we're able to charge those expenditures, and then we're getting the money this year.
So this money will be reimbursed
Yes.
from the 90 million. Is that the amount that we're getting, 90 million for CARES? I thought it was more.
It's several different pots, which I just set that aside. Now I gotta find my sheet here.
I wanted to know the total amount of CARES Act money and how much. I think you proposed allocations for us a couple of meetings ago, but I would like to see the projected, right? The projected amounts that you have. And I'm yeah, go ahead.
We can resend this tomorrow, but what we believe everything we're getting is 85.9 million. It's a combination of CARES, coronavirus relief, gear, some Prop 98 corona release funding that equate to 85.9 million.
So the total is 85.9 million that we're getting, not 90 million.
No, I'm sorry. We have about a $90 million projection of what we need, but that was Debbie's team, Miss Love's team is, going to bid and getting the best prices she can for all of the things that we need. So for the PPE and the technology and all of that.
Okay, so like Danny said earlier, Mr. Tillman, is if we don't have the money to do what is projected or what is being recommended, then there's no way that we can move forward without, getting into further debt. And so I'm just expressing that to my fellow board members and to the public that we have to be very vigilant with the budget and be mindful, right, Janie? I mean, I trust you guys. You guys are very adept at, getting bids and keeping us on track. So I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Dr. Forrest.
You're very, very frugal. So are we.
It has helped.
But we have to be, the public needs to know we have to be very conservative because we are going into, I was here, Mr. Tillman and I were here when we had to lay so many people off and, bringing them back. And we don't want to do that again. We really, really don't. And so we're going to have to think of other strategies, maybe incentive retirements. I don't know. We just have to look into that, Janie and Harold. We're going to have to look at every possibility to mitigate, any losses. And, I'm not sure, if our Senate is going to come to the table with the House, in terms of money. Hopefully they will. But we do need that support everywhere. So, across the country, not just, it just needs to be done. So, okay. Thank you very much. That was
Thank you.
We never laid off a lot of people, Dr. Flores.
I know, but we gave them because we as a board thought of all kinds of strategies.
I agree, but you mentioned we did layoffs. We never laid off a lot of people.
We gave them layoff slips. Okay, you're right.
We gave them notices, but we never followed through.
Right, because we came together to not make sure that we didn't do that, and that was
like hiring
really important. That's why I mentioned you and I were there when we proposed, early retirement incentives, so that we could mitigate,
not having to do with layoffs. I agree.
Right, exactly. So that's my last comment. So thank you very much.
Thank you much.
Thank you, board, for your comments. And again, as we know that these are some tough times that we're navigating through, doing it well, coming together, but being realistic about where we are. And this is why the decisions that we make are so crucial. It's just not a overnight decision, but we have to consider all these things. So we're grateful that our community can also see this and sharing it. So we appreciate your work, Ms. Christakos. You've been diligent with us and giving us the numbers and just foreshadowing what things could be. And so we are all aware, and we will continue to have the meetings that we need to have when we need to have them, to be able to know where we stand and what we can and cannot do. So board, we're going to take action on this. So be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the I'm sorry, it clicked up. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the fiscal year 2019-2020 unaudited actuals financial report as presented.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. If there are no other comments, I will go ahead and take the vote. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. We will now move to 8.2, 2020-2021 school year updates.
Thank you, President Rogers. Before I transition, I just wanted to say two more things to the board about the budget. The first one is, as you'll remember, there was a time back in the April, May, June timeframe where we were looking at some very, very substantial cuts in the tens of millions of dollars. We saved all of those notes, by the way. So we've gotten an advanced look at what big cuts may look like. We've done a lot of preliminary work. We've also initiated a number of budget subcommittees under the leadership of Mrs. Christakos that are already working on 21-22. We know it's going to be a rugged budget year. We're getting way ahead of it so that we can bring back recommendations to the board early in the process as the budget picture rolls out. So thank you for that, board. As we transition our updates for 2021, a couple things we're going to share with you this evening. Number one, we rolled out and shared with you last time the governor's new color-coded system for how the counties are being treated in relation to possibly having in-person instruction again. We're going to give you some information about how that translates to what's happening in San Bernardino County. We're also going to respond to some specific questions you had last time about attendance procedures and what that means, and some adjustments that we're making in terms of making it more livable for our staff. And then we're going to finish up with a new segment called Distance Learning in Action. We're excited to bring this to you. We know that at times people will bring their concerns and their complaints about what's happening, and we value those. Actually, we look forward to that feedback to be able to become better. But we also want to share with you some of the good things that are happening with distance learning in the district today. And so we're going to just show you a small clip with that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rachel. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Dr. Volkemer. Well, thank you, Board President Rogers, Vice President Wyatt, Board, Dr. Volkemer, Cabinet and Community. We're here again to share with you updates on what's been going on in our distance learning environment and how we are responding to it. So if I can have the next slide, please. So as Dr. Volkemer shared, we have 3 objectives for this presentation. We will be updating you, Mr. Vertier will be updating you on the county data and then what that looks like specifically for SBCUSD enrollment boundaries using the new colored code system. Dr. Rodriguez will update you on the attendance system. And then finally, I'll close it out with our distance learning in action, which is a cute video of one of our kindergarten students at Salinas. So something to look forward to. Next slide, please. So board, hard to believe it's already been 2 weeks, but this is the recap from September 1st. At that meeting, you recognized that SBCUSD educators share concern about the impact of the new state mandates for our teachers and families. So really showing your empathy for the community and our educators in the challenging times that we're all living in and working in. The board also reinforced the parents' need for flexibility in how we count attendance. You recognize nutrition services employees for their work in the grab and go meal distribution and their contribution to really making sure our students have what they need in a nourished manner. COVID transmission rates within the district are still too high to reopen schools. That was as of September 1st. And so we continue to monitor local conditions closely and carefully prepare to open when it is deemed safe to do so. So we have started that preparation process, but all we are doing is preparing. We do not know at this point when that will happen. With a district as large as ours, there's a lot of work to be done. SBCUSD is considering the safety implications of allowing teachers to present distance learning from their classrooms. The Board of Action did not take action to permit it until it is safe to do so, and so we are on a pause with that, monitoring the data. SBCUSD continues to work on ways to make getting help easier and quicker for families, and so we're pleased that we now have Voyage. I know I'm saying it incorrectly, but we've launched that, and I thank you, Mr. Tillman. You gave us some great insight, and so we've moved with that. And then finally, happy to say that the board voted to refinance school bonds, which saved our taxpayers over $10.9 million. Initially, we thought that savings was going to be in the $7 million mark, but due to historical low interest rates, combined with very strong market demands and for the sale of the bonds, we were able to save taxpayers, or you were able to save taxpayers $10.9 million. So congratulations to you. Next slide. So board, just a reminder for anybody tuning in, what are the guiding principles for reopening and offering in-person instruction in San Bernardino City Unified? First and foremost, ensuring health and physical safety of students and staff while we adhere to federal, state, and county guidance. And then in doing all of that, we heard our teachers sharing how they are working diligently, and we know that they are providing high quality learning experiences for our youth in a distance learning format. And we continue to work to provide safe and accessible working conditions for all our employees. So these continue to be the guiding principles. Next slide. So board, we shared this a couple of board meetings ago, want to bring it back to you again. So this is our progression of instructional models. This is what Mr. Tillman and I were speaking about. We're still in distance learning, so phase 1. We are preparing for what phase 2 could look like, and phase 3. We are going to work through all of the very details of what those 2 phases will look like. And we will do that in collaboration with our bargaining units, making sure that we stay focused on student needs while making sure that our staff have safe and accessible work environments. So a lot of work to be done around phase 2 and phase 3, and we are in the midst of it right now. And I can assure you, Mr. Tillman, we're not trying to pull one over on anybody. We're working through the messiness of phase 2 and phase 3 so that we can provide clarity to all of our stakeholders. So thank you, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Vitir.
Well, thank you, Dr. Menares. Good evening, board, cabinet, and community. I have 3 slides for you today that I'll be going over. The first one is a recap from our last meeting, just a reminder of the 2 tiers at the top of the state's new color-coded chart. So you'll see we are still in tier 1, which is widespread COVID transmission. For us to move into the next tier, we must meet the criteria for tier 2 for 2 weeks before we can move into it. So we need to show tier 2 numbers for 2 weeks, and then we can move into that. And then once we're in tier 2, we have to be in tier 2 for 2 weeks, at which point the board could make a decision at that point on reopening. Next slide, please.
And what tier are we in right now?
We are in tier 1, widespread.
So we haven't even started to count for 3 weeks.
Correct. On this slide, board, this is new as of today. The county launched a schools section on the COVID-19 dashboard. So when you have time, board and community, go onto that dashboard, and there's a tab in the bottom titled schools. It shows all of the districts within our county. And it provides us with the community population within that district, within our district, as well as the number of cases within our district boundaries. As you can see here, we're still in widespread tier 1. Next slide, please. So board, on this slide, we've done some comparisons and some numbers for you. The dates are on the left here. So as of 9/14, the county as a whole is still showing 7.4 cases per 100,000 a day. So that leaves us in widespread. The positivity rate has dropped to 6.6. However, both criteria must be met before we can begin to move into tier 2 area. In San Bernardino City, the daily cases per 100,000 is at 15.5. So almost double what the county numbers are, with an 8.8 positivity rate. For the city of Highland, 8.8 new cases daily per 100,000. And within our school district, for our context, that you'll see from the previous slide, we're at 8.9. So still above the 7 mark, where we would need to start to work to get into tier 2. On the right side of this column, I've listed out as it relates to children. So, and this is as of 9/19. This was data provided by the county. So in San Bernardino City, between the ages of 0 and 19, there were over 6,000 cases within our county. Within the city, there were 854 between the age of 5 and 19. City of Highland, 135. And within our school district, within the boundaries of our school district, 906 cases. Dr. Flores, you had asked at the previous board meeting as it related to deaths within the state and county. There have been no deaths of children 0 to 19 within our county, and statewide there's been 3 deaths of children ages 5 to 17, none under the age of 5. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Rodriguez.
Okay, before we move into attendance, I think is coming up next, Mr. Tillman.
So Mr. Vichier, when you talk about the tiers, are they based on the school district tiers or the county as a whole?
So the county as a whole is where the county numbers will change. So the county tiers area will change based on its numbers as a whole.
I'm not asking that though. My question is, for us to move what we could do into the next phase, is it based on the county's numbers or the where you have SB City and Highland, or the school district's numbers?
So Mr. Tillman, great question. So the authority for the board to move into the next tier resides with the county numbers. We're providing you with the city, the Highland, and school district so that you have local context as to what it looks like where we're at.
And it would be something you want to consider, because in reality, right now, the county's allowing, or the state's allowing for waivers for school districts whose numbers are lower than the county-wide numbers, right?
That is correct.
And I know they didn't do the reverse, but it would be wise for us just to at least talk about it. Even if we get to a point where the county is numbers are good, but if ours are skewed, way higher, then it'd be something to still be concerned about. Just a thought.
Right. Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Tillman, and that's why we wanted to make sure the board had the local numbers as well, so you can make an informed decision.
All right, thank you. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So in regards to attendance, we wanted to make sure that everyone was aware about synchronous and asynchronous. We are following the law. There is ed code in regards to what is synchronous, meaning the live daily interaction. And they classify that as a two-way communication between the teacher and student. So we wanted to make sure that that was clear. And that also they require us to complete the weekly engagement form. And we know that that is a very time-consuming task for our teachers. And we're constantly looking to see if we can find other ways, and we'll talk about that in the next slide, of how we can reduce that, that requirement so that it's manageable and it's not creating more stress for our teachers. A couple of weeks ago, the question was posed about the penalty. We're still waiting to hear from the state as far as what is the penalty for not being in compliance with completing the recording of attendance. In the past, we have not heard for this period of time, but in the past, funding has been a consideration. And so in light of some of the budget concerns that we're facing, we don't want to ever put funding in jeopardy. And so we continue to follow the law in regards to how we are recording attendance. Next slide, please. So our current system, so that we are in compliance with the law, is that we have 2 additional codes in Aries. And so that's how our teachers are coding synchronous and asynchronous learning. And then in addition, we're utilizing the California Department of Education provided a template for the weekly engagement log, and that is currently in implementation. There was some concern that that students or parents may be dinged or held responsible if, let's say, their student is not participating in both. They are not. So we are coding if a student is taking part of synchronous learning or of asynchronous learning or both, they are being counted as present. And so we wanted to make sure that our families were aware that there's some flexibility with that, because we know that it is difficult for some of our families to complete assignments, as well as maybe some childcare issues during the day. So it's been very flexible with that in regards to marking and coding the attendance. Next slide, please. So as we constantly work on trying to make things better, we've heard loud and clear from our respective teachers union and board and families how we need to get better at this whole attendance situation. And we want to make sure that we're providing students every opportunity to be successful. And we want to make sure that our teachers have what they need and are spending the time to develop their lessons and not necessarily doing record keeping. And so in that, we know that on September 24th, which is going to be next week, Aries will actually launch a new product that will allow us to use a digital format for the weekly engagement log. That will cut time down significantly. And so we're really happy that we'll be getting on board with that as soon as we are able to do so. We have been working with our teachers union every step of the way, working collaboratively with them, knowing that the state requirements are changing daily. We're hearing information from CDE, from the superintendent of instruction that's kind of changing lanes as far as attendance. And so we're trying to keep up with those things. We've also had approval from the state to actually have digital signatures instead of having actual wet signatures. So that also helps with the whole electronic process. And we've also clarified, we wanted to make sure that we were deliberate with this, because that's something that the board made very clear as well, that students have until midnight to turn in asynchronous work. And so that information has been provided to teachers, has been provided to our administrators. There is an FAQ that has been posted so that parents are aware of that as well. So we're trying our best to make sure that, we're making this as seamless as possible. And we know that we're going to have hiccups, but we're very happy that the union has been collaborating with us. And even though we've had some hiccups, our teachers are doing their best, their very best actually, to adhere to the components of the law. And I think Mr. Tillman had a question.
I think is that your last slide, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tillman?
Yes, thank you. I would just like to suggest after September 24th, when we get the updates to Aries, and I know you guys are probably going to do it, but the sooner you get somebody to, like you said, create some FAQs and just a brief instruction, is going to benefit everybody. But not to assume that just because the upgrade's been created, that everyone's going to understand it. The sooner we do those instructions, the better it's going to be. Thank you,
sir. Yes, we will do that. Thank you for that.
All right. Thank you.
Rachel.
Madam President, I'd like to just make a comment.
Okay, sure.
I just want to thank Dr. Rodriguez. Thank you for doing that. And I think the teachers all thank you, because Aries, that's where the kids turn in their homework, and that will expedite, and cut back their time. And because I've gotten a lot of complaints from teachers that they spend more time doing that where they could be planning their lessons and, and so they're working extra. So thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you. And we've heard that from teachers that sometimes it's taking them 2 hours to take attendance, and that's certainly not what we want. We want them to be focused on developing their lessons and engaging with students. And this is kind of an administrative task that we need to streamline. And so we're really happy that we'll be able to fix that in the next couple of
I
weeks.
hope it's helpful to the high school and middle school teachers, because they see a tremendous amount of more students on a daily basis. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, great. Up next is Dr. Monars.
Yes, so that brings us to our latest addition to these presentations board. Right now, we're calling it distance learning in action. If we move into another phase, it'll be a different phase in action. We're excited to share with you this little video. Comes from Salinas Elementary School. You know, our principals are just so proud of their teachers and all the work that they've been doing since school started. And so every so often they will send us video clips of students in action. And so this one comes from a kindergarten teacher. Thank you, Ms. Mullen, for doing this. The student's name is Sophia, and Sophia will be retelling a story that she has read. So if you can pull that up, David. We did get a permission from the parent to show that, and hopefully the mom has logged in because she wanted to hear her daughter's voice in action.
Tap the microphone to begin telling what happened in the story Pete the Cat. I love my white shoes. Use the move tool to help move Pete along as you tell the story.
Okay, go ahead.
Pete the cat had white shoes, and then Pete the cat stepped in a large pile of strawberries. Did Pete cry? Goodness, no. He kept walking along, and singing his song. I love my red shoes. I love my red shoes. Oh no, Pete stepped in a large pile of blueberries. Did Pete cry? Goodness, no. He kept walking along and singing his song. I love my blue shoes. I love my blue shoes. Oh no, Pete stepped in a big pile of mud. Did Pete cry? Goodness, no. He kept singing, walking along and singing his song. I love my brown shoes. I love my brown shoes. Oh no, Pete stepped in a big pile and a big bucket of water. Well, did Pete cry? Goodness, no. He kept walking along and singing his song. No matter what, all his never ever cry. It's all just keep walking along and singing your song. It's all over.
How precious. Oh, so precious.
Now what?
That is so cute.
Thank you. So board, our children are learning, and they're doing it in a virtual environment that we just can't even imagine. And our teachers are just, they're innovative. They have stepped it up. I can't even imagine how much time they're putting in, but they've let us know that it's a lot of time. And as a result, we've got kindergarten students practicing retelling with the expression, right? And correcting herself as she's going along. And she's the one, I'm sure with support from her parents, but who put that little video together, right? Using an app called Seesaw. So
can we get a picture of the student?
We did not get a picture of the student, no. I actually saw it a long time ago. I don't remember what she looks like, but I can tell you she's a cutie pie. So these are some of our students now. Thank you, our communications for also updating our children, just so we can see what they're doing and that they're happy. We know that there's still a lot that we'd like to be doing for them, but want to end with that for your board.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And again, I'm sure if we can end with Pete singing along with Sophia moving along, it will be great. And thank you for bringing that so we can also have a visual and others can have a visual of what's going on, because it's very important to us. We've seen, heard a lot rather, and now seeing it and as it is in motion is very important to bring it to life for us. As our board members are preparing, I'm sure because they are up next on the agenda and going to be putting their names in there to chat, I just want to say, because there were no other comments, thank you all for a wonderful presentation of updating us from, knowing where we are with COVID to where we are right now. I know when we began to look at those phases, we talked about even different days of students coming, and we know it's all new and different, but as you walk through
Madam
it.
President, are you going to share what color your shoes are so we know what you've stepped in?
So I can walk along singing my song. All right, so we are going to now move to a wonderful next item, reports and comments. I could go to 9.2, but I guess I'm supposed to go to 9.1, board members. And I think I see, Mr. Tillman, are you in there already?
I am.
You are leading the way. So let's hear from you.
Want to encourage board members to stay out of celebrities.
Oh, Lord.
Wow.
We've been doing good tonight. It's not time yet.
No, but on a serious note, I want to thank, again, district staff, parents in the community. We're going through tough times right now. This morning, I got a call from a parent of a middle school student, and she had a real concern that her daughter in middle school has so much homework and was so conscious about her grades that she had to get counseling. And I told the mother that it's middle school. So I understand your daughter wants all A's and B's, but it's not that serious. And she'll be able to go on to high school and do all the things that she wants to do. But I only say it for all of it. And I told the parent that this is new to everybody. So it's hard to measure what we're asking of our students and what we're asking of our teachers and our classified employees. So I just hope that the one thing that we all understand is that we have to be patient and we have to keep measuring how much we're demanding from our students and our staff. So I just encourage teachers to, I know that because it's distance learning, I don't know how you guys are measuring, or ladies and gentlemen are measuring how you give homework, but I think a lot of the learning still should take place online. And I think we have to realize that this is not the best environment for education. And a lot of people are under a lot of stress. So I don't think the goal is to mimic what we've done in the perfect environment. So I think we have to be a little bit flexible and just get a measurement that we're not pushing too hard on some of our students, and allow them to understand that the only thing we require is that they do their best. That's the key. The only thing we ask for all our students is that they do their best. And their best is enough. And they'll learn just by doing their best. And their best should not include having to get stressed out and get counseling because they feel overwhelmed. The parents need to work with them and contact the teachers and have that discussion, and then make boundaries for their students so they feel comfortable in how much they're giving in order to be successful in their education. But more importantly, just in life in general, life still has to be fun for everyone. There's still ways to enjoy yourself. You can still go out and walk in the park. You can walk in your neighborhood. You can exercise. You can still go visit grandma and grandpa. You just can't touch them. I mean, you can give, we went to visit grandma and grandpa and gave them hugs. Just don't you have your face mask on, and I'm not saying it's the proper thing to do, but I do encourage everybody to try to be as normal as possible, and you can do it in a safe way. But I hope you don't think that we have to be cooped up in the house and doing homework 9 hours a day. That's not the new normal. So I just want to encourage everybody to take a deep breath, relax, and realize in a year or so or a few months from now, we'll be out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a couple of brief remarks. One, I wanted to say thank you to Ms. Marquez for her information. You know, she gave the good and the bad, and they were both well received, but I just appreciate her applauding those students who are doing a good job and showing up and doing their work and meeting their expectations. And I hope that the others out there will begin to do the same, because you still need an education. However we get it, you still need to be prepared for that adulthood. The other one, I did hear from one of our teachers who were talking about, who shared that, I believe it's on Channel 7, they talked about kids who were infected at a daycare, and they took the virus home to their, and to people in their homes. So just want to again say, be careful, follow the rules, and everybody just encourage everybody else, whether it's a small child or whether it's an adult, just be mindful. We still have to be careful. And my last comment, well, next to the last comment is, I know during some of the comments, I heard a couple of people say, I've contacted board members, they haven't gotten back to me. I do my best to acknowledge every email I get from every parent. If I get it, I will say email received. If I see someone else has responded to it, or say I'm sending it to the interim superintendent, I may not respond, but I know it's being taken care of. But it's kind of hard for us to tell because we don't know who you are. So so we don't even know how to respond to that, other than we know that we are here because of you, and because of that we do respond. But I don't know about the comments tonight, but I do want parents to know and teachers to know we do respond to them. And finally, I cannot say enough how proud I am of the parents, the students, the community members, the staff, cabinet, and my fellow board members for the work that's going on out there. Yes, we are giving up a lot, but we aren't complaining because we know it's for a good cause, and it's for 100% of our students, and we're going to keep doing it. So thank you, and thank you, staff, for all that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Dr. Flores?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to echo what both Danny and Dr. Hill said. We have to be loving to each other. And I know sometimes being cooped up, not being able to do the things that we've been able to do, it's frustrating. And then I've also gotten complaints from parents regarding too much homework. And the parents, want to spend time with their kids, not, battling with them to finish their homework. And I think in time they think it's excessive, and so we need to moderate that. I think we should give teachers permission to moderate, because we're not in the same place that we've been. Where you can ask the teacher in class, and it's very taxing, not just for the kids but the parents and the teachers. So that's one of my comments, just for us to be loving to each other and give ourselves permission to be more flexible and to change, to change midstream, and take into consideration the mental health of everybody, in terms of what we're, requiring. Second point,
I've gotten a few requests from teachers. They want to be able to access materials from their classrooms. And I do believe, Dr. Volkemer, that they're supposed to be able to go in, set it up with their principal so that they can get materials so that they can teach, given that we have not set a policy for them to return to their classrooms. So I hope that that is taken care of. And I did send you one of the comments and so forth. So thank you for following up. Thirdly, I want to also ask, Cabinet. I saw on Instagram that Santa Ana food distribution is going to 70 schools. They're like bigger than us. And I would like you to inquire with the superintendent, Jerry Armendariz, how they were able to do that. How were they able to distribute food from all their sites? I don't think it's all of them because they're bigger than us, but I did count 70 schools. That's a lot of schools. And at the same time, I like to thank our nutrition staff. I know that you are, like essential workers, and you're loving time every day that you go and prepare food and pack it. And I mean, that's very, very, it's a blessing to have you there for our kids and our families. And so truly appreciate it. I want to give a shout out for tomorrow. It's El Grito de Dolores, the Mexican Independence Day. And it's, we can't traditionally do the same celebrations, but it's just an acknowledgement of that day. And lastly, I also like to thank all cabinet, all staff, all principals, teachers, parents, students. But I want to thank especially someone that people don't know. And it's Karen Cunningham. Karen puts all our agendas together. She makes sure that everything is in order. And, and I know I'm making her blush, and she's probably saying, stop already. But she is so organized. She doesn't complain. She meets she's the one that reads all of the public comments. But she's the one that organizes everything. She organizes our agenda, all our meetings,
Mr. Gallo.
And I also want to thank our IT. I'm talking. I also want to thank our IT staff, David Chavez, Daniel Tisdale, and Mike too. Without them, we wouldn't be able to have our Google Meet meetings. So everybody's vital. And so I just a sense of gratitude for everybody. And we just have to keep supporting each other because it's really important. So thank you very much.
Thank
I'm
you,
done.
Dr. Ford. Thank you. I know we got you on, so I'm watching. Okay, Mr. Gallo.
Yes, thank you.
Did I start?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President.
Yeah.
And he was going to come up too.
I saw that, Madam President. He was trying to slip in there. I think we need to make some comments about his show, but just kidding.
Knock it off.
No, first of all, thank you to our executive cabinet for all the presentations and quite a bit of information. That's very important information. And I do want to thank Mr. Tillman, obviously for his insight and his background and expertise on our budget and his historical perspective, because I think that's very important looking ahead and definitely planning ahead. I know we always talk about it, but, we hear it from him all the time. He's been here for a couple decades and a half or something.
How many years? How many years?
25.
All right, it is a couple decades and a half. I hit it right on the head there. So, but it's important. We always are aware of that, and we keep that transparent as well to our community and to our employees, because you know, when it's tough times, we do have to make tough decisions. But I always know we're going to make it in the best interest of our students and our staff. The best way to also address positions is through attrition, as Mr. Tillman said, and if we need to have a hiring freeze, and that's what we need to do. You know, we heard some wonderful promotions tonight, and I know those people probably all worked very hard to earn them, and we're proud of them and happy for them. But you know, we need to think about that moving forward. You know, are these must-fill positions? And those are the tough decisions we have to make. But I do appreciate those presentations that we're getting, because it keeps us informed and it helps us make the decisions that we need to make as a board. And the one thing I know about this board is that we will make the best decision in the best interest of everyone. It may not be the popular decision, but it will be the right decision. I'll say that much. In regards to our students and the challenges that they're having, you know, I know many of us, we see it from a parent's perspective or a grandparent's perspective or an uncle or an aunt, or, you know, and I see it at home. And so you know, I've been working with my son's school counselors, and I want to thank them for reaching out to me, as well as his teachers. You know, that's the kind of communication I think we'd all hope for as parents, that our teachers reach out to us and our counselors and say, hey, you know, this is what's going on with your son or daughter, and to offer the assistance that they need and additional assistance. So I want to make sure that folks know out there there's tutoring. Okay, there's definitely tutoring available in addition to obviously their classes. And if your son or daughter is struggling, that you utilize that resource. Yes, is it extra work? Absolutely. Yes, is it more work after class? Absolutely. But sometimes that's what it's going to take, because this is a different learning style and different teaching style. I'll tell you right now, I would have a hard time with it. Okay, if you ask me to sit on a computer for 4 or 5 hours and listen to folks like we do tonight, it can be pretty difficult. Just kidding to my colleagues. But it is a challenge just to stay in tune. And I know Dr. Hill even sent me a little message, pay attention. So I'm making sure to pay attention. But so you can imagine being in class, right, and having to spend that time on there. So, you know, again, I applaud our staff and our students and our families. One, for just enduring this and being resilient. This is not an easy time. This is the most challenging and difficult time we've ever seen in our lifetime. For education and for many of our lives. And we're enduring this, and we're moving forward. And this board is definitely making the right decisions in regards to the safety of our staff and our children as well. So I think I talked a little bit longer than I normally would, but boy, I got on there. But thank you, Madam President, for the comments that I was able to make. And again, to our team, great job.
Awesome. And Mr. Gallo, you are up.
Thank you. I've had several inquiries on the $300 that we've allocated to teachers, and establishing some criterion. Now, I understand that something was supposed to come out today. I'm not sure if it actually did, but perhaps an update. Maybe Harold, you can address that after our comments and stuff. Just so teachers know what they can, ideas that they can have to spend those dollars, because it's not like it makes sense to go buy pencils and things like that at this time when you're not meeting and figuring out how to mail it to them and things like that. But there are instructional materials, perhaps apps, and other kinds of expenditures I know that maybe as part of the consideration for that. So maybe sharing some of those ideas would be great. I've also met with a bunch of teachers, and I mean individual at the various grade levels, that are really doing some innovative curriculum development. We saw one, I know, Rachel, today, just figuring out how to get some engaging type activities going. But that's really double duty when you think about it. I mean, they not only have, the day-to-day action of providing instructional support, for our students, but they're also having to figure out and develop, supplemental materials and curriculum and videos, et cetera, which is a huge investment in time. So, I think it's fantastic what some of these are doing. I think, as Scott said, we're going to end up stronger for it. We've really got some, excellent, materials that I think we ought to figure out how to share it, among our various teachers and things, kind of like we're doing with or used to do with our demonstration classrooms, when we were on site. So it might be good to figure out how to create a, catalog of these innovative new instructional practices and figure it out how to, help others that, may not have the skills or the knowledge to actually create some of that stuff. So I think that would be really cool. We've also seen the community come together in a number of things. I know you guys busting my chops about like celebrities and stuff, but we raised a bunch of dollars as well as collected, water, food, drinks for fire victims in our local region, those displaced, brought them over to shelters, and there's been a ton of people investing in that. There's also a backpack program that is stuffing backpacks with, some supplies for students, and our police officers are handing those out whenever the opportunity comes and whenever they, show up at people's homes and there's students in there and things. So I think we're seeing, a rallying of the community to recognize we're all in really difficult times here. And now's the time where we all really need to come together and give to those who don't have. So that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Ms. Rosales Medina, I am going to call on you anyway. Okay, there you are.
No, for me, it's just making sure that we really recognize the efforts of our students. And I know many of the board members already mentioned this, not to give up. I know at one point my son was really frustrated, similar to what Danny was, Mr. Tillman was referring to, parents, worried for their own students, for their own children. Luckily, my son was able to maneuver around it because the grades are very important to them. For many students, their grades are very important, and when they're struggling, and it's more about organizing their agenda. They're assuming it's going to be a lot easier. It's online. We don't have to come to school, and then just helping them with that. I'm wondering with that information though. I know Aries Portal is crucial, but do they have something similar to where they can organize themselves through an agenda? I'm not sure. I haven't looked it up recently to see what are the changes, but I'm wondering if they do have something similar to maybe a resource of an agenda, or even having for high school students an agenda, virtual agenda or something, or just to teach them these kind of organizational skills virtually now that we're doing this. So that is just my question, and maybe later on the district can actually provide that if they are doing anything similar to that. But other than that, I'm just wishing everyone well and making sure that they're able to do okay.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I just want to also just echo that our parents are doing a great job. I had a call that came in on Monday, and I want to actually send a shout out to the Rodriguez staff, where the parent had called in with a student and the grades, that transition that was mentioned earlier, going to middle school and just trying to navigate. And, after the conversation, it was a more of a connective conversation to the site. And so this morning I got a call that how well each teacher responded back and talked with the student, had the student in a conversation and encouraging them. And that student's whole, outlook was just completely changed in just a day. But just again, reminding of the importance of connecting, asking the questions, and knowing you are not the only one that's going through it. When we say we're in it together, we mean that, everyone. And so shout out to them again, because they said they did a beautiful job connecting with that student and that parent as they reached out. I also was going to, I told IT earlier, but I'm always coming up with something. So I didn't do it tonight because Scott was doing a great job with the inspiration. But just to say what some of our teachers and our staff are doing. The counselor over at Emerton, I can't wait to expose the flag and the announcement day and the things that they're doing to motivate the students. I thought it was great what they're utilizing our technical, IT type of things. It was just great. So we'll be able to share that. So I did want to give them a shout out, because a lot of times we look at the negative, but again, as we are doing tonight, is positive things that are important. I do want to ask the board under our health and wellness component. I spoke with a former student, one of our former students' parents, in reference to Diabetes Awareness Month coming up in November. I would like to look at a resolution. We know that we want to continue to push wellness for our students, as well as our entire community and our parents and staff. But we want to look at that. And I did give that to Dr. Volkermer, something to look into. I don't think we have one on record. So please, let's look at that and see how we can put that together again and remind our students the importance of wellness. And I know that is near and dear to Dr. Hill as well. And then lastly, Mike, I'm not going to chop you up as the others did. I do want to give you a shout out. United Way has been doing some wonderful things in the community around COVID and just supporting the community, and now are going to be looking at supporting those that have been affected by the fires. And we definitely want to keep those that have been affected by the fires in our prayers. And Mr. Gallo was able to make a few phone calls over there at Kelly Space, and we appreciate him because he gave some space, some real space, not airspace, but space. And it's important to be able to have those partners to call upon, because JCPenney's was offering a huge donation, which will go back out to our community, and needed a place to house these things. And it was just a panic mode, but it's going to truly, truly help our community in a lot of ways, especially those that have been affected by the fire. So thank you so much. And we will now move to 9.2, Superintendent and staff.
Thank you, President Rogers. Upon reflection, board, this is one of the toughest parts of the board meeting for me, because I have this list a mile long of the wonderful things our people are doing. Every level of our organization, our team members are going so far and above and beyond. And so it's really hard to pare that list down some days. I mean that sincerely. One of these days, I'd love to just go on and on and on and on and on forever. But just three quick recognitions this evening. First of all, 38 of our schools received the California PBIS Community Cares 2020 recognition. And these schools were awarded for showing appreciation and staying connected to our students and families in an effort to support the social, emotional, physical, and educational well-being of the people we serve. And so that's basically just kind of doing above and beyond during difficult circumstances. And so we'll send you the list of all those schools. I won't take the time to read them, but 38 of our schools and programs received that recognition. Very, very proud of that. Very proud of that. Nice. Also, in regard to school recognition, our very own teen music workshop, which we've all had the pleasure of hearing at one time or another from Richardson Prep High, was selected to perform at CSBA's virtual annual education conference in December. I know they're already working hard on preparing their selection. This is a well-deserved honor for these terrific students and their teachers, and we know they'll represent SBCUSD very well. I'm looking forward to hearing what they come up with as their performance. And then finally, I want to put this into a little context. In the county of San Bernardino, there are probably about 15,000 certificated employees, 15,000 teachers. Only 3 of them in the entire county were selected as San Bernardino County Teachers of the Year. And our very own Vinnie Marsalia was one of those, from Curtis Middle School, was one of those County Teacher of the Year recipients. This is a tremendous accomplishment for this outstanding member of our team. I want to congratulate Vinnie and just encourage to keep up the good work. It's what an outstanding honor. So we'll finish with that. One of 3 in 15,000. Wow. Huge kudos. Thank you, board. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you so much. That is an awesome accomplishment.
Hey, Harold, could you mention about the $300 and how people would at least know what to do with that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gallo. I even had a note, and I was so excited about all those recognitions. Janie's going to share a little bit about the specific.
So, Mr. Gallo, some FAQs have gone out, but what we have is that the $300, and it has to include the shipping and everything, that teacher, it does not have to be restricted to consumables. We're just asking that they're not buying a Chromebook or an iPad because that's done through the school district. But it includes supplies and equipment up to that $300. There's a tight timeline right now, and I'll give you a few examples in just a moment because of when the money has to be spent, but there is something being said about extending the timeline at the state or federal level, so we will be working on that. But they can buy a furniture, you know, if they might need a small table or something to do their classroom. This is part of the FAQs that went out. They can do printers and toners with the allocation. Let's see.
How about a better camera? Some have asked for like cameras and that kind of stuff, kind of those separate cameras for, you know, to do the Zoom or whatever with.
Oh, okay. We don't have specifically that, but it's within their allocation if that's helping them with their classroom. One thing we're just careful about is if it requires extra work from IT for all the teachers, just because of how spread they're, thin they're spread right now. But the purpose is to help them do what they need to do so that they're prepared to instruct from their home office. And so,
are the purchases, can they be done at the site level, and or does it all have to go through the district?
You know what, I'll have to check, Mike. I believe it goes through their site, but I'll check.
It is site. The site.
That would be a better stream.
It is site. It was confirmed. It was site.
Even if it's a unique vendor and things like that.
As long as it's a district approved vendor, because then that gets through quicker, right? So they have said to use a district approved vendor, and the secretaries have access to that. It's a drop down in the financial 2000 when they order it.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thanks, Janie.
You're welcome.
All right. Perfect. Thank you. 10.0 consent items. 10.1 approval of the consent items.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. All right. Are there any items to?
I have a few I want to pull.
Okay. Let's begin with those.
Let's see where in my nose. Give me a second. It is 10.6, 10.15, 10.25, 10.29, and 10.31.
Okay, and does anyone else have any items to pull?
Yes, Madam President, this is Scott. I'd like to pull 10.16, please, where I need to recuse myself.
Correct. All right, any others? All right, if not, I'll go ahead and take the vote then. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman? Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers? Aye. Motion carried. All right. So Dr. Wyatt, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and we'll have you leave for 10.16, recusing yourself. It's San Bernardino County. So let's just do that one first. And when you are out of the screen or gone away.
So moved.
He's fine.
Second.
Second. Yeah.
All right. And let's take the vote. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. All right. We will go back then, starting with 10.6.
Yeah, maybe somebody invite Scott back, I guess.
I'll text him while we're discussing.
So in this one, I just wanted to get some clarity. It said right there, increase or decrease 99,865. Was that a decrease or is that an increase?
It's an increase. So if it has parentheses around it, it'll be a decrease.
Okay. And so with that, it says a new grant, because I was kind of confused. It says new grant awarded by USD food and nutrition to fund. So are they receiving money from it? I don't understand why the increase, especially currently right now. What is it that they're going to do?
So it is a grant award by USDA and Food and Nutrition to fund the development and dissemination of farm to school curriculum and coordinate activities between Night Owl Bay and the school district. So I think this went through food service, and I'm checking right now.
I just don't know why the increase, and if
they got a grant, Miss Medina. So they got a grant of $99,865. Food service did to do this work.
Okay, and that's what I was trying to refer to. Increase, was that going to impact us? I think that's what I was trying to.
Okay, no,
so
it was a grant.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, good. Thank you. I was just trying to clarify with that increase, decrease. Okay, so moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second. No other discussion. Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. The next item is 10.15, agreement with Parents Academy for our children's success.
Yes, I wanted to find out, first of all, because I see that it's from parent engagement. I'm wondering what are they providing that's different from what our parent engagement department are able to do?
So Ms. Medina, this is a contract that the San Bernardino High School has issued and moved forward. This is a contract they do every year. My understanding from when I supervised the school a few years ago is that they provide even more, how would I describe it, individualized supports to students who and their families based off of grades or any other need that the school identifies. So they work with the school and the school tells them these are the kids we need you to work with, and these are the areas to work with the family. So it's wraparound type of work.
And that's what I'm referring to, is that these services can easily be done through the school district through their parent engagement. Because I was looking at Aries Portal, doing high school diploma, obtaining high school diploma, and so forth. So I'm wondering, we have a great department, very talented department that does parent engagement. And I don't mind programs like these. I just want to make sure that the family engagement department really looks at how we're spending our money, that they could probably do themselves. And if we have to hire our team back, if there's a few people that we had to go because we hired an outside agency, then we should definitely look at that, because back when Marcedna was back in the district, we had few parent programs, contracted parent programs, because the district was already doing it themselves. So I want to try to slowly go back to that model, but I understand these programs are useful. I just want to make sure that if it's something that our district cannot provide.
Okay. So not knowing enough about this particular contract that I just took over in this position, I can say that any of these contracts that our schools would be moving forward, they would have already run this through their school site council, and they would be in their school, their SIPSAS, their school, school plan for student achievement. And so their parents would they would be expecting this. Definitely something we can share with our principals as we move forward and work with Family Engagement Office around that as well.
Okay, and I do see Danny Tillman, Mr. Tillman has a comment, so I'm curious to see what he's at.
Okay, Mr. Tillman, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the good thing about, and I hope we're doing all the programs like this, is based on the number of students. And you said it's gonna be 30, up to 30 parents. But I think you have to make sure you're doing it by, to me, it has to be the 30 in order to get the total amount, right? Hopefully it's per student.
Right.
But I think these resources are very critical right now. I'll give you a good example. I know I have a nephew that graduated from the district, and trying to navigate into getting him enrolled at Valley College is a totally different world now, because there's no one at the site and there's no one answering the phone. So it really, and Blue contacted us. We have a contract with Blue, and so we're using Blue as a resource to help navigate it. And the more folks we have contacting our students at this time, the better right now, because they're not on campus. And so it's harder for them to get the resources. So I'm hoping, Dr. Linares, that we're ensuring that these people we're contracting with are reaching out to the students, and you guys are tracking to ensure that they're making those contacts. Because if they do, it's gonna make a big difference. And it's definitely worth the money. Because right now, it's confusing to a lot of people. It was confusing to me. It was good to have somebody help walk you through the process, because they're doing it more than a single parent would do. So they understand how the IT systems work and how to get them, get logged in. I know they're not doing the whole college registration, but they're doing things like that. And I think that individualized help is really needed during these times.
So then this one is for parents. And
You're talking about 10.25, Mr. Tillman, but Ms. Rosales Medina was on 10.15.
So I'm on 10.15.
Okay, so
because she was from the parents.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's the same thing. They reached out to the parents. I think that's a good thing.
Right.
I think we need that.
Making sure that, like how you mentioned,
Yeah.
And this is why I pulled the other ones as well. When you look at 10.25 and so forth that I pulled, it was because a lot of it is not necessarily saying per student. And then remember how we had another contract, was it last year, how it was one lump sum of a certain amount, and hoping that they would reach the 250 or whatever amount, 500 people or parents. And so in this case, I'm also wondering, because doesn't really clarify if it's per student, and what if they don't reach the 40 students? And I'll talk about that in the next ones too that I pulled.
Okay. So you good on this one,
Madam President?
Dr. Florence?
Yes, I wanted to add, Abigail, it's really important during this time for us to reach out. If we can't reach out to all the kids, but by site, and the fact that this is a site-based request, they're using their site money, and so the parents have vetted it, and so they've approved it. And so I think, I know that your questions are valid, but I think they know that they need extra help. That's what I see in terms of their request. So
Right.
Thank you.
No, but I guess what I was referring to is that if the programs that are district, like I said, back in the day, Marcena, when I was one of the parents, we didn't have many parent programs during that time because the department did most of the programs themselves. If it was mental health, if it was social and emotional learning for both students and parents, I would get it. But since there's certain programs that maybe our district are capable of doing with their, I'm just saying, I know this is through San Bernardino High School, but I do feel in the future that we start looking at our departments as a resource instead of necessarily hiring out all these agencies to do the work that we can do as engaging our parents within the district. And then I didn't get no clarification of the amount, and this will go with the other items that I pulled. So the 55,000, will this be a one lump sum fee paid, or will this be per student up to 40 students?
Ms. Medina, so 10.15, that's for 30 parents.
So the question again is on it, is it the group?
Okay, you're right.
If they all come together, is there one payment, or if two showed up, what's the difference? Is that part of your question, Ms. Medina?
That's what it was. Yes, you're right.
Exactly. That's what she's asking.
Okay, so again, unfortunately, I was not the one who moved to this contract forward, so I don't know that detail on that. I can see on there, and what our past practice has been is that they, and we've moved in this direction because of the board's direction over the last few years, where they bill based off of the amount of students served, or the 30, in this case, it's parents that they're working with. But I wasn't the one who signed this contract, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
If I may, only because I have some experience with this vendor. When I was at San Bernardino High School, they do provide a different approach to working with families. They're trying to connect the family as a unit versus just the education piece where we're giving them information, but they're really trying to increase the bond between the parents and the children so that there's a better understanding because when you're at high school, sometimes you'll have issues with communication. Kids don't want to listen to their parents. And so part of what this program is about is really strengthening the bond between the parents and their children. And then for the children also to understand that parents are doing the best that they can. And so I really, throughout my time at San Bernardino, we utilized PACs. They packed the cafeteria every single time. Like, they were very hardworking and really took an appreciative approach in trying to build up our parents. Within the Family Engagement Center, I've been working with Beatriz to really focus on, we need to make sure that our services that we're contracting, that we're getting the best value for them. And so we are working on more oversight, actual data on students. So it's not just parents, because we don't want to have parents being seen by 4 different vendors, because then that just kind of dilutes the impact of that program. And so I will be meeting with some of the vendors that you had mentioned to really discuss that, because it's not about just offering a program, but really being more systematic and strategic about which are the students that we're going to be focusing on. Meaning, are we focusing on students who are not reading at grade level? And how do we empower those families to help their children so they better understand the value of, what's happening there? As well as looking at the high school level and secondary levels, students who have D's and F's. So focusing on how do we help parents help their children to be successful? So, looking at it in its entirety, as you had mentioned, there will definitely be more oversight. I think Dr. Perez in her tenure really worked to pare down these contracts so that they were more manageable. And then, carrying that torch is now we need to make sure that we have an accountability system, that we are actually getting value for the work and for the payment that we're rendering. And so, that is something that is a priority for the family engagement as well as for the division.
Right, and I appreciate you mentioning that, since you were there at the school site. I guess when I'm referring to the parent engagement, when we hired Beatriz to begin with, I know as a parent, myself and many of us, so the intention was for them to look at type of programs and not necessarily just overseeing the current program, to do what we were able to do back in the past when it came to parent engagement. So her role would be bigger than necessarily just having other contracts to be doing the work that she should be doing. So that's essentially coming from. But moving forward, I would like to see when we bring in these type of contracts, how much would it be per student? I know in the other ones, they do mention it per student, per parent, and so forth. And just more clarification with, is it one lump amount of 55,000 paid for? It doesn't matter if it's only 2 students, 3 students. And so I need more clarification moving forward in other contracts as it's coming through the consent calendar.
Absolutely. We'll make sure that we include that information for you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, and we'll take care of that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we need a motion.
So move.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second. If there's no further discussion, Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. The next one is 10.25, agreement with Blue Educational Services.
Question is basically with them and in the other parent programs or student programs is it's amount of 200,000. It did show the cost of 1,000 per parent. I just wanted to check to make sure that within that 200,000, it's basically if they get maybe let's just say 30 parents and so forth, that would be 30,000. I just wanted to clarify with this.
Who's going to?
Yeah, so that's what the contract that's under student services. Yes, we're looking for consistency. So it's not like we have one parent show up and you're going to get that. You know, you have to continue with the whole program. And so in talking with Beatriz and the team, as well as you know, really trying to restructure how we are operating, is the accountability piece. We need to know names. We need to know which students that are being affected. We need to monitor grades because it's not just about exposure or an offering, but we want to make sure that these programs are having impact on student achievement. You know, they're great to have these programs so that parents have, you know, so that we can engage and provide that. But the whole goal in everything that we do is to positively impact students. And so with this contract, as well as all the other contracts, we will be making that statement to those vendors. We want to see names and we're going to track those names. And we're going to be working with the school administrators or whoever the point in contact is to create a virtual folder so that we can track those students, kind of that pre and post, because those things are important. The days of just showing up and saying you provided a service, you know, there needs to be more oversight. And so we've committed that we're going to be attending some of these workshops because we want to see what's being presented. We want to see what the parent the outcomes are, or the involvement, and what their testimonies are in regards to what these programs are providing. So we need to be more hands-on with these programs. And then if these programs are ones that, you know, we really believe that we need to integrate, then how can we duplicate those services in-house so that we don't have to spend so much money? So those are things that we're definitely looking at. And I think especially in this budget time, we do need to make, you know, we need to really examine that.
Right, and I do want to acknowledge, first of all, with many of these programs that I've already seen the work with, they do good work. I'm not trying to, and they do connect with parents and students. What I'm trying to basically is if we cannot provide that through our own school district, then it would make sense that we have outside agencies to provide, because we cannot do it. I just don't want, you know, parent engagement department to just throw everything out to contracts when we could probably do some programs ourselves. And then in this, with particular with 10.25, it was just to clarify with the 200,000, if that's, you know, with 1,000 per student per parent, and just making sure that that's the case.
Okay. Mr. Tillman?
Yeah, and I just got to say, in terms of Blue, Dina Walker's been doing a great job for us. You actually, over the years, there have been countless students that, and I'm talking about for every background, every ethnicity, that would not have gone to college if it wasn't for her group. I've watched them walk the campuses and make contact with people and invite them to the workshop and explain to them exactly what it takes, step by step, in order to get into college. And it's the piece that is missing for us. We as a district couldn't do it for this cost. And the other part is this, it's sad, but it's true. When you're in tough budget time, you're not looking to hire more people. The only good thing about all the programs we're doing, when we get to the crunch time, if we decide we're not going to contract with Blue or any other organization, then that cost goes away. You don't have to negotiate it. You're not worried about laying folks off. You're just not going to do business with that private vendor anymore. That's actually a benefit to us. So it actually is a way where when we can afford it, we provide the families that extra support. When we no longer can afford it, then it has to go away until we get the money again. But I'm just, because just to the way that Ms. Rodriguez said, you know, we want to explore these groups and make sure these groups do this and that, you can't put Blue in that category. They have a track record, and they have been doing great work for our district for many years along the same lines as Youth Action Project. But I can attest for Dina's group, even before I got the phone call this summer about my nephew saying, where's he at? Is he going to go to college? So they reached out. They're already reaching out the new way, realizing the kids aren't coming back to campus. So they're calling the parents and the guardians. So I think they're already doing the good work.
No, and I agree with you, Mr. Tillman. I definitely agree with you. I used to work with them when I used to work with COPE. And I was going to mention, so we did hire, my thing is that we did hire additional positions for the intention to do more work within the parent engagement. I think there was 3 different positions, including Beatrice's position in family engagement and her capacity. So, I mean, the thing is that we do have employees that are in this work. I just want to make sure that they're also doing what they need to be doing.
All right, Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
I thought you had a comment.
Oh, I thought you guys made a motion on it.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Janie if we are actually contracting it on a per student basis or not. I didn't hear that response. If it's going to be just a lump sum for, or are we doing it on a per student basis?
Which item, Mike?
The last one we're talking about, 25, I think, right?
Per parent, but I think it's across the board, same concept. Is it per student, per parent?
It has a cost per parent, yeah.
And so that's how you'll contract it, is you'll pay cost a certain dollar per parent?
Yeah, it says total cost for services not to exceed $200,000 at a cost per parent of $1,000 for 200 plus parents.
Okay, just making sure, because I know
I can
have it.
I think I can clarify, Mr. Gallo, I think I can clarify. Our expectation is that's how they would invoice us. So the invoice would be on such and such a date, we served, or over the course of time, whatever the program structure is, we served 18 parents at $1,000. We're invoicing you for 18,000, not just a portion of our contract. I remember years and years ago, we had a contractor, actually happened to be a $200,000 contract, and they got $20,000 every month, including the months when they were recruiting and training their employees and were providing no service to our kids. So that's when we started to make the change and saying, you as an employer have the responsibility to hire your people and train them. We'll start paying you when they show up on campus and start serving our kids. And that's by a per parent or per student fee.
And then I heard, 200 plus. So if they have 250, it's still 200,000 total. Okay.
Right. And I'm sure that followed up with documentation such as sign-in sheets, so on and so forth that accomplish. Okay.
Yeah. All right. I'll move to approve.
Is there a second?
Yes, I second.
Okay. There is a motion and a second. And if there is no more discussion, let's take the vote. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. The next one is 10.29, Agreement with Inland Congregations United for Change.
8, I said 10, so it's 10.
Did I miss one?
28, yes, so 10.
28. Oh, 28 is, okay, so I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
Let me back up. 10.28, I missed that one.
She said 29 though.
I thought so. I wrote it down. So, okay. So 10.28, agreement with Educational Achievement Services, Inc.
Right. And I want to find out, because I know that with the different parent programs, student programs, it's all going to be virtual. They're going to be doing $40,000 for per FLI, which is the live programs, 5 virtual FLI programs up to 275 participant for FLI. Why aren't we doing this by single? So for instance, they do one virtual, see how that goes, especially in the climate that we're in, and then they move into the second one and so forth. Why do all 5 at once?
So I would say that many of these contracts were put in place a while back because it's a process. I think what we will be doing is checking to see how they run that program to see if it is effective, and then expect that it gets tweaked. I know many of our vendors are, we've kind of told them, a phone call isn't going to be enough. We really want to have more contact. And so, this is new for those vendors as well, and new for us as we're kind of going through that. And we want to make sure that we're showing grace both ways. But I think, as Mr. Tillman said, more hands on deck, the better, especially in this environment when we have, isolated families. And so if there are more people that can connect with them in a virtual environment, we want our families to be healthy. But yes, we'll monitor that to see what the attendance is. Is it effective? And then if it's not effective, then we're going to expect that they tweak it. We can't expect that they're going to, keep trying the same way and then we get no results. So I'm with you. I think just the structure of it was just because it was, there's a lot of paperwork to do for one contract, but then to have to do it 5 times might be laborious. So
Madam President, I'd like to say something.
Okay. Okay. And Ms. Rosales, did you get the portion that you wanted?
My thing is that I have some more, but I do want to hear Dr. Flores and probably piggyback on this.
Yeah, I participated, Ms. Medina, and I participated in the FLI virtually.
Virtually?
Yeah, when we had to shut down, I think it was 2. I think she gave 2 or maybe 3. I know I participated in 2. And she had one time when I logged on at the beginning, she had 180 parents on. And then I know that it increased and it was very effective. So she has already done virtual and has gathered a lot of parents. And by the way, she's probably the only one that has evaluations of all her work. And I know, Dr. Rodriguez, you haven't been on board to know that, but I did participate in a couple of them. And I don't know, Rachel, do you know if she had more than 2 virtual ones?
Since last spring, I do believe that she did.
Yeah, and I know they were well attended. So anyway, those are just my comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Flores. And then also again with this, I don't see a per parent cost. I only see the lump of 5 different programs, 40,000 per program. I honestly prefer that she would have done one at a time because again, we're an FL, and I'm glad Dr. Flores was able to give that input. But was that an FLI Live program, or was that a family engagement piece that she probably gathered parents to, maybe after COVID? So I don't know what that program was. Maybe it's the end of the last year's contract. I don't know. But so there's 2 things. One is making sure that, especially since we're now in the COVID situation that we're in, providing 5 different virtual live programs. It doesn't make any sense to me. We could have done 1 to check it out, to try it out because this is all new. And then of course, there's no cost per parent within it.
Ms. Medina, we tried it out, it worked. So as if it didn't work. That's what I was commenting on.
From last year's contract, or was that for, what was that contract for?
That was from last year's contract. And I know that, too bad Dr. Pettis isn't here. She could give us more insight into the parameters of the contract, but she has been highly successful. And it's just not during COVID. It's, she does more than just family engagement. She provides leadership. She provides mental health and emotional and social, mental development for the parents, and in terms of relating to their kids. I mean, it's pretty powerful. So.
Okay. I haven't heard the response though with regards to how much is it per parent.
Well, that's what I was saying. I really don't know that. Dr. Pettis would know that, but she's not here.
And Mrs. Miss Medina, I think, you'll see consistently that not all the contracts are going to have what you want. But moving forward, we know that that's something that you're requesting, and that will be something that we will put in contracts moving forward. So I don't think you're going to see them now. There might be some contracts that have it, per parent or per student, but they're not consistently that way. So we'll make sure moving forward that that is in place for you.
Okay. And in this case, they'll be paid per parent, not necessarily the lump sum, right? As Dr. Harold, Dr. Volkamer had mentioned earlier.
From my understanding, they're being paid by the session.
Also, they are paid by the session.
Yes.
They're not paid
for this particular contract. It looks like it's per session.
And I think that's what we're trying to, the question comes back, because we've had this conversation before. That's where the consistency, so we can know what we're responding to when we're asked the question after this board meeting, or whomever as a contractor will come and say, how did this work? Because I know people are watching right now, and I certainly want to make sure we come up with clarity on the differences. Is it across the board? So that remains something that I think we asked for before. And unfortunately, I get it, Dr. Rodriguez, you just now getting to this, but this is the reason why, because you see one, you see the other, and we need that language to be consistent. And we also knew that we just started making sure people understood it's an up to contract too. That's why that's in there. It's up to, it's not necessarily this is it and then you go forward. So
Madam President, I'd like to add something. I'd like to add something for Ms. Medina.
Dr. Flores, hang on one second, Dr. Flores. Let me get, Mr. Gallo was getting ready to chime in.
Yes, thank you. I think it's not reasonable to have every single contract issued on a per student basis. It's just needs to be taken up individually based on what the programmatic requirements are. You can have a way to do this. For instance, there's a critical mass that's required for somebody pulling off a program. And it's you can handle that by ensuring that you have a minimum number of students participating before payments are issued, et cetera, and then the up to number that would get you at least to understand specific costs per student and things. But some things, as family units, okay, there's 10 people in some families, there's 2 people in other families, and so it's really, it's not a reasonable thing to do it for every single contract. I think if it's structured that way and they propose it that way, that's one thing. But I wouldn't mandate that every contract be issued on a per student basis for a whole host of reasons. It just doesn't make sense to do it if that's not how the program is oriented and done. But you can still have some minimum expectation of participation before you authorize payment.
I think that's the what you just said, Mr. Gallo, that last portion has been the missing part, just as it was before with the contracts being up to, it kind of was ignored because of those parameters.
Yeah, because there's no floor. There's no floor established.
Right.
And I agree with Abigail on the principle.
Right. Dr. Flores?
Abigail, I'm a mathematician. So if she just basically had 200 people per session, 5 times 200 is 1,000. So 200,000 divided by 1,000 would be 200 per person. So that's just, I just took the minimum, not minimum, but an average, right? So, I mean, I get what you're saying about costs, but I think also she's building capacity and doing lots of other things. It isn't just per person, like what Danny and Mike were saying. You know, what's the quality? What are the things that they're actually doing? You know, what are the, I mean, in terms of supporting, it's just not numbers. It's the quality of what we're doing. And I guess, Dr. Rodriguez, that's your challenge. How do you capture that to track it so that we know that the money that we're allocating is providing, you know, not just a service, but providing goodwill, providing, you know, helping our parents and our kids effectively. And that's what I want to know. I want to know the qualitative aspect of it. So thank you.
Right. I look at both areas, both the cost and the quality, and like I mentioned, it's just trying to have some more clarity, more information regarding what this means. Again, we're in a different climate right now. If it was on campus, I would understand. We're in a virtual environment. We don't have a lot of experience in knowing, will this program be successful? Most likely it will be, since you did attend one of the classes. But then again,
I attended two.
Yeah. So then it's just making sure that, you know, for me, it's just, that's 5 different contracts basically in one, 5 different programs in one. And so it's not enough information for me personally. I know that each of us have different ways of thinking, but for me personally, this is not enough information for me to go off of. And I agree with Mr. Gallo when it comes to per parent. We'll have 2 parents in a household, and we'll have one parent and maybe a grandparent and so forth. How are we also making sure that these parents, which is great, we want to make sure that maybe they come to all 5 different sessions and be included within that. But then there has to be a balance. Are we reaching new parents? Are we structuring it that way as well, where it's not necessarily consistent of the same parents over and over? Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. If not, I'd like to entertain a motion.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and
Second.
Thank you. And if there's no further discussion, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Nay.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman? Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. I do want to call upon 10.9, because at 10.9 I did write that down. I don't know if Karen, if you had that verification in there. If we didn't include that one in, I want to make sure it is included if we pulled it. Is there any discussion on 10.29?
So I did, I pulled on the 10.29.
Okay, that one as well. Okay, great. So 10.29, agreement with Inland Congregations United for Change.
And now that I was able to get some clarity, so then this is a great example. They did put $400 per parent. And I was just trying to make sure that it was as the contracts, and Dr. Volkermer was able to clarify with that. And this makes it a lot easier to kind of verify. So that's basically my comment.
I move to approve.
Second.
I think she moved. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Okay, if there's no further discussion, and I guess the only discussion is just a reminder that Dr. Rodriguez has her work cut out to kind of begin to bring in some clarity so we can understand as well as a board. All right, if there's no other discussion, I will call for the vote. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman? Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Rosales Medina? Did I hear you, Mr. Solis? Okay. Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
and Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. The next one is 10.31, agreement with Night Owl Bay, Inc.
I know that, is this the continuance of the program from last year?
And who's can give us clarification on this?
I'm sorry, what was the number again on that?
It's 10.31 with Night Owl Bay.
Yes, I can give some clarification on that. So that is, I did speak, that's from the greenhouse over at San Andreas High School.
Oh.
And so it's part of their career pathway. And, you know, I did talk to the principal about the cost, if it was ongoing. She did mention that it is ongoing to maintain the greenhouse itself, as well as providing some training for the staff and some opportunities for students. They are looking to offset some of that cost with selling some of the produce that's being produced from the greenhouse. That's still under development at this time, but that's the status of that contract.
Okay, and then I guess I want to back too with regards to what does this look like now that we're in the situation we're in with COVID, and if they did reduce the how much lower did.
Good question. I'd have to look into that.
Will students be able to? What will it look like for students to attend these classes since they're not going to be able to come on campus?
Yeah, those will be questions that I will follow up with the administrator, because I at this point in time I don't have that information.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not sure if you guys have seen the work that they do, but they're actually producing curriculum and videos, instructional videos, etc. So it's more extensive than I've seen anyone in our district do.
Are the students receiving items at home?
Well, again, it's that video instruction and you know, I don't think they're growing stuff at home, but that was the point of that grant that we just approved, the $99,000 stuff, was to actually give students supplies and have them kind of grow things at home. Now, the investments that we made there in the greenhouse has all digital controls of the growing systems. So students can actually tap into that and be monitoring their particular, say, string of plants, and could be assigned to each individual student. And they get to monitor the soil nutrient content, the CO2 emissions, the temperatures, you know, atmospheric pressures and humidities and all of it. It's an unbelievable system. It's one of the only, in fact, it's the largest learning greenhouse in the nation in a high school. And this is all fully automated control systems, which is students can actually access off-site.
Do you know what the because we're in a virtual environment now? Do you know?
I'm sorry.
Cost because we were in a virtual climate right now. Were they able to reduce the cost? I'm sorry, I know it's hard to hear me right now.
She wants to know about the cost. I mean, I don't know if that's something
yeah.
we can answer, Mr. Gallo, but is there?
I'm going to be able to answer.
Right. So she's asking about the cost and the reduction since we're now in a virtual environment.
Yeah, but you're still growing the plants and maintaining a greenhouse and with all of the appropriate personnel, let alone developing the instructional material on this. So I don't see any difference, quite frankly, whether it's a virtual environment or if you have kids in there.
I think we might have lost Ms. Rosales Medina. Okay, she's coming back in right now. Ms. Rosales Medina, are you back? Oh no, she didn't make it. Okay. Okay.
She was back on, but I think her mic was on mute.
Yeah, I kept going back and forth because it was going out. So I think that's what, yeah, I see it coming back. That's what the clarity was. And I think just knowing what portion the students are doing, what portion the adults are doing as it's structured as a contract for the school site. But
Madam President, I did have a comment on this.
yeah, I was gonna just say, Dr. Wyatt also would like to comment on it.
Yes, and like many of our vendors that we approve on here, just wondering, Dr. Rodriguez, do we anticipate this being a annual cost that will revisit us? So something we can look at, because I know, there probably are some concerns about that, and I think it's a great program, but is this something that we should anticipate as an annual cost?
In speaking with the principal, I did pose that question to her, and she said, yes, it is an annual cost because it's the maintenance of the greenhouse. And so it does require a specialty that we do not have in-house. And so I did express the concern about the amount of investment in the program. And so she's aware of that. But at this point in time, it does seem that it is an annual cost.
Gotcha, thank you. And obviously if it's an expertise or a service that we require for such a program, is this something that, our staff or students can learn to maintain? Maybe not, but just a question I would want to have answered. Thank you.
Sure, I'll look into that, sir.
And I would have to agree with Dr. Wyatt on that, because at the end of the day, we want to be able to do it on our own and not having to continue, especially, can you imagine 5 years from now, we're going to have to pay the same amount and so forth. So I definitely agree. We should definitely investigate on what we can do to kind of cut the ties to a certain extent. But I want to go back really quickly with making sure that all the contracts that we're receiving, that we're not just necessarily bringing them into consent item just because they were there beforehand. So if they're no longer able to meet with students, before you at least find out what are they going to do different. And it's not just because, well, they already went through the process and we already had it ready to be approved. We're in a different time right now. And whatever money we can save, this would be the time to do it.
Absolutely. And please rest assured, if the service is not provided, we're not going to pay for something that we didn't receive. And so we are closely monitoring this. I think all of us didn't know how long we were going to be in this situation with COVID. And so everyone has to kind of change gears, but absolutely, we do need to be able to articulate to you and to families, how that service is going to be provided, especially during this extenuating period.
Thank you so much.
All right, is there any other on 10.31? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion.
So move.
So moved.
Margaret Hill.
Okay, it's been moved in second. And so is there any discussion? And I will add on this as well. I think what's important too, as we're in collaboration with our vendors, very much so, we know, as we talked earlier, when we say we're in this together, that's what we mean as well. And so while you're working to help us with the lift of connecting parents and connecting our students, that's what we consider a partnership. It cannot be the district didn't do when we take upon everyone as a collaborating partner or a contractor. You become a part of the work that we're trying to achieve, which is a world-class education for our students, whether it's through career technical education or whether it's through our parents or working with our students. And so I think that is the ongoing theme that we want to make sure that the community is aware of, and those that approach us to be a part of our team is to support us. You're here to support us. We're not perfect, but we're trying to do whatever we can do as a body working with our district to have our parents and our students be successful. So it's not a separate thing. You come on board, you contract with us. That means you are also taking upon the responsibility to help us with this success. And so I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because sometimes it's perceived as a us and them, and no, in contractual agreements, we're in it together. And so we want you to help us do what needs to be done while the staff is learning and understanding how to adopt these things. So we've always said we want to do things across the board and not in pockets. We don't want to just see some people successful on one end, but not on the other end. We want all of our schools and all of our sites and all of our students to have the same opportunities as others are getting, being a part of these programs. And that's why we began to talk about it district-wide. It's just like we said with AVID. AVID was looked upon in certain places, but we wanted AVID across the board because it was good. And so that's a heavy work and lift, and we know where we have the maximum amount of our staff. So thank you, and I'm going to take the vote if there's no other comments. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman? Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Nay.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you so much. And I think that was the last item. If not, yes, it was. And now we are at 11.0 action items. 11.1 personnel report number 5, dated September 15, 2020.
As presented.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman? Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 11.2, approval of the learning continuity and attendance plan for 2020-2021 categorical programs, educational services.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. If there's no discussion,
I
Mr.
just want to say something.
Yes.
I want to commend Terry, how do you say his last name?
Comnick.
Comnick, yeah. Terry Comnick for his leadership and all the staff that helped. It's a very comprehensive plan, and I just want to commend them very much.
Absolutely. Ditto to that, Dr. Flores. A lot of work and engagement as well. All right, Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman? Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye. Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 11.3, approval of new board policy, student voter registration, second reading.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and second.
President Rogers?
Yes. Is there
I have those comments to read too.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear those comments right now.
Okay, hold on. All right, the first one's from Natalie Salcido. Good evening to all. We are members of the Cowboys for Change Club and the ICUC Youth Organizing Chapter at Cajon High School. We believe that this policy will have a great impact on students and our future. We believe that this will encourage Inland Empire youth to be proactive and will give them the opportunity to become more educated and prepared to participate when it comes to our government. This policy will impact the future of our students by preparing them for the voting process and ultimately learning an important life skill. Students will also be able to realize the importance of voicing their opinions in order to pave a pathway. We are extremely excited for tonight's second reading and vote. The next one is Guadalupe Dolan. Good evening, Superintendent, members of the school board. We are students at Pacific High School and leaders with ICUC. And we think voter education is important because without it, students at our school may not know what to do, where to go, nor why voting is important. It is also important to educate about voter education and engagement because we need more voters so that we can change our living standards. When students are old enough to vote and eligible, they should know the steps to becoming a frequent voter. ICUC educates students by providing classroom presentations, which inform students on pre-registering and voting, phone banking, and canvassing. We thank you for your work in creating this opportunity for more voter education in our schools and are looking forward to your vote tonight. Thank you. The next one is from Angel Orozco. Good evening. We are writing this as the Spartans in Action Club at San Gregorio High School and youth leaders within Inland Congregations United for Change. We are very thankful to you all for taking time to pass this policy. We believe that registering and pre-registering students is important because it is a way to get younger people to become politically involved from an earlier age. This enables the youth to ready themselves for when they can, in fact, vote. It is important to ensure that everyone is given the opportunity to have a voice. Being registered to vote facilitates the involvement in government and thus what happens in one's daily life. Thank you again for this policy. Next one is from Leonardo Peñalosa. Hello, this comment is on behalf of the Students in Action Club at San Bernardino High School and ICUC youth leaders. We as students believe schools should be polling locations, ballot drop-off sites, and you have the chance to make that happen. This change will be beneficial for students, staff, and for community by having a more accessible location, saving time for voters, and having just an overall more familiar place to vote. It can also lead to higher polling numbers, leading to better rules and regulations, as well as more funding for the community. Students will grow accustomed to seeing their parents and teachers voting, that when it comes to their time to vote, it could be seen as a regular, simple task they have to complete. Here at SBHS, we hope to see you vote yes today. The next one's from Jocelyn Beha. As students from Arroyo Valley High School, who are part of the Students for Change Club and Inland Congregations United for Change, we are advocating for the SBCUSU School Board to pass the voter registration policy and help us implement parts of it now, specifically in creating voter registration and pre-registration opportunities for students between now and October 19. As ICUC youth, we plan to have student speakers talk to students about the importance of voting, and on that same day, people can get registered to vote. We want to see this included in our classes so that other students who are not in ICUC can understand it too. We want to see this happen in every senior government class and possibly every junior class as well. We welcome all of your support as we move forward, being a resource through the implementation of this policy. Thank you. This one is from Brenda. Hello, my name is Brenda, and I live in the city of Thermal. I'm currently a senior in high school working to improve our neglected communities. We thank you for considering the student voter registration policy, as it will support students' rights to community engagement and civic participation. Voting is important to me because it will allow me to be the voice of my family, whose citizenship status unfortunately denies them the right to cast their ballot. This is the case for thousands of people, so it is crucial to push student voter registration in schools to allow these children to finally have a say in the decisions being made in their communities. It is important to the inland region because of the large voter apathy we see with turnout every election. We ask that you help us change this and be an ambassador for a fair democracy by advocating to fellow educators and school administrators of neighboring school districts to adopt similar policies that will enhance our right to vote. As you all vote this policy through in San Bernardino tonight, we continue to push for the same policy out here in the Coachella Valley. Thank you for taking the time to listen to your community. And the last one is from Rocio Ruiz Chen. Honorable members of the board, interim superintendent, and cabinet. On behalf of ICUC students and parents, we want to thank you all for your commitment to the success of students all across our district. We want to thank the board policy subcommittee, Dr. Flores, Dr. Hill, Mrs. Rosales Medina, and Dr. Wyatt for all of your work getting us to tonight's second reading. Tonight, we also celebrate the years of work students have put in across the Inland Empire to build a culture of frequent and engaged young voters in our communities. As ICUC, our work has always been and will always be nonpartisan, educating and encouraging youth to be as involved as possible in the democratic process. We realize that we are living in extremely unprecedented times that will make it even more difficult than ever before to implement policies such as this one. But we also see opportunity to begin implementation of parts of it. As this policy is voted on tonight, we ask for your full support in seeing ICUC as a resource in getting this policy implemented. The voter education resolution and now this policy spell out that the last 2 full weeks of September and April will be high school voter registration weeks. As we enter these last 2 weeks in September, we will be reaching out to principals and teachers with the intention of being invited into junior and senior classrooms where trained ICUC student leaders will be sharing a presentation on the importance of voting, followed by a step-by-step on how to register and pre-register online. We currently have teams of youth ready to help register and pre-register their peers at the 6 comprehensive high schools here in our district. Our ask tonight is the possibility of your support in the form of a letter or memo sent to principals and teachers outlining this new policy and the work our students are working to carry out in these coming weeks. We are extremely excited and look forward to continuing this work alongside you all. Thank you. And that's it, President Rogers.
Thank you. And I think I have a motion on the floor, right? With discussion. Okay. Again, I want to also commend the policy committee. Great job moving this along during all of the stuff that's going on. Just to see something go from a resolution to a policy means we mean what we say. So I am going to take
Madam President,
yes.
I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
Dr. Volkermer, when we pass this tonight, I hope that, do we need to have consensus to direct you to send out a memo to principals and teachers, or are you going to do that?
We'll let them know that there's a new policy in place effective tonight.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, thank you. I just wondered. Thank you very much.
I think that went along with it.
That's all
Great.
I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Madam President. I think Ms. Ina has something to say also.
Okay, yes, she's in the chat.
And just,
yes, go ahead.
And just to piggyback on what Dr. Flores mentioned, with sending out the memo, it's just clarifying with them some of the changes and some of the positive things that they can get involved with their own students there. And then also getting ICUC youth involved that has been doing the work already. I know there's several organizations out there, nonpartisan organizations that are doing the work as well. So definitely want you and the school district to connect with ICUC youth and these other orgs. I also want to mention to the board, this is, we have been the first in many things. And this is definitely one of those first within the region. I honestly believe even throughout the state, with the language that we have that we're going to approve. Hopefully it'll pass unanimously. But this is something extremely important. And this is pushed by our youth. And
I thought that was me.
I think
these are pushed by.
Okay,
there she is.
There, okay. So it's just making sure that we're acknowledging the youth and making sure that they also have the right to be engaged and so forth. Other than that, I'm really proud. This is something that other districts will be able to utilize as well. I imagine other districts, other students from other districts will look at what languages are out there. We would be the first one with this type of language. And addressing how high schools, we have elementary schools that are polling locations. Why not our high schools where students are at? And making sure that at least all schools are requesting to be polling location. This would be the first, I think, in the state. So thank you so much to all those that were part of the subcommittee group, Dr. Flores, Dr. Hill, and I know Dr. Scott Wyatt was also part of it. When Dr. Hill was not able to attend, but this is something really important, and I want to thank again our students for pushing this forward.
Absolutely. All right, well, here we go. Mr. Gallo. Uh-oh, are you giving me the thumbs?
I'm saying aye, yes.
Okay. Mr. Tillman, Dr. Flores. I think she got cut off too. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Awesome. This is great. Okay, let's see where we are. We are at 12.0, summary of board request. 12.1, review of board request. And is that Dr. Manadas?
That is Dr. Manadas. Thank you, Ms. Rogers. So not too many tonight, board. Let's see, hopefully I caught them all. So the first one was to, there was a request to agendize making the use of cameras for teachers and students of board policy. And that started with Mr. Tillman, and Ms. Medina, Rosales Medina echoed that. So we'll be bringing something back to the board just as an update and move from there. The next one was Mr. Tillman asked how the CARES Act money was spent both last year and this year. So we'll be bringing that back. Mr. Tillman asked that we provide written instructions for the staff when the ARIES attendance system is available. So once that's done, making sure that we have written instructions for staff. Dr. Flores asked that we investigate how Santa Ana Unified is serving so many schools. So we'll look into that. And we kind of have somebody on the inside there now, don't we? Number 5, find ways to share the innovative instructional strategies that are currently being developed in distance learning. That was Mr. Gallo. Look into ways, number 6, look into ways to support students with organizational skills in this virtual format. That was Ms. Rosales Medina. Number 7, look into having a resolution for Diabetes Recognition Month in November. That was you, Ms. Rogers. Number 8, I hope I captured this correctly. So for future family engagement contracts from schools, or just any location, I suppose, include the cost per student in addition to the cost for the parents. So we'll look into that, get some policy or some direction around that. And then finally, follow up with San Andreas regarding Night Owl Bay contract. How many students will be able to access it, that contract or those services in distance learning? And that came from Ms. Rosales Medina. And then finally, Dr. Wyatt asked that can we also look into how can our students start to maintain this greenhouse in the future? And that is it.
All right, board, I believe everything was captured. If not, going once, going twice, gone. Okay, we are now at
Madam President, Madam President,
I hear you.
Off.
There you are, yes.
Can I vote now for the policy?
I knew you would feel something because you didn't, but you could just express what your support is and would have been.
This is a technical difficulty.
I know.
I couldn't believe I got knocked off.
There you go. Historical, and thank you so much.
Yeah, did I hear a nay? Is that right?
No, you did not. You're going to cause her to log back on again. All right. We are at 13.0, 13.1, adjournment of the board meeting. Is there one, or you want to just continue to stay?
Let's keep going. Keep going.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to our viewing audience. Remember, we're all in this together, and we will see you next time, or maybe even sooner. But in the meantime, good night and God bless.
All right, great. Thank you.